Internet issues, but is your mic on?
It is. It is now. Yes. Hi. Thank you, President Bustamante Adams, Todd Story, Chief Communications Officer. For the record, we are having internet issues within the CCSD environment itself. If the public wants to view, they would have to go to our YouTube channel, or they can watch it on Channel 4, which is the same as the Clark County Television channel. So we're available on both of those places, but not through Eduvision, through the webpage at ccsd.net.
Okay, so because we're having internet problems within CCSD, the options are to watch it on YouTube or on Channel 4. Thank you. And Miss Anna, can I ask you respectfully? I know, but please be respectful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right. I think I was supposed to give a 30-second countdown. Are we good to go? Thank you so much, Justin. I'd like to welcome everyone today. I'm President Irene Bustamante Adams, and I call this regular board meeting of January 9th, 2025 to order. The time is 5:01. I would like to remind everyone to silence your electronic devices. We acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the territorial homeland of the Nuwu, the Moapa Band of Paiutes, and the Las Vegas Band of Paiutes. At this time, we're going to get ready for the presentation of colors by the Chaparral School ROTC. This is in District G and represents Trustee Cavazos and Trustee Satori. The presentation of colors includes Cadet Senior Chief Jonathan Ocampo, Cadet Senior Chief Jacob Marskel, Cadet Lieutenant Commander Christian Flores, Cadet Commander Chief Alexandra Vasquez, Cadet Commander Lana Balderin, and our instructor, United States Navy Master Chief Petty Officer John Becker. Please stand.
Time. Art. Guard. Hold. Reset. Colors.
Trustee Satori, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you to our students from Chaparral High School. Our next item is item 1.02, the adoption of the agenda. I will entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following change. Additional reference material has been provided for item 4.01, governance professional learning.
Thank you. I have a first, trustee Esparza Estraffagan.
I second that motion.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Please cast your vote. That vote passes 7-0. Before I open the consent agenda, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public comment card? This is the yellow card. Okay, seeing none. Then, let's see, we do have public comment on the consent agenda. So, and just for the public, this is our first day, so if you guys could go back and remember what it was like to be the first day on the job. We are training ourselves as a team to be able to do that. And so we do have someone that filled out a public comment card, and so Vicki Kreidel. And Miss Anna Binder, you'll be here on the left. That's the only two that I have for the consent agenda information. Welcome, Vicki.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Kreidel. I'm a teacher in Clark County School District, and I'm the president of NEA of Southern Nevada. Speaking on item 2.02 specifically, I don't know if everyone here is aware, but before I came from California, I worked in the charter school system in California for 10 years. Looking at the report of our charter schools is highly concerning to me. And this is especially true when I worked at Watson Elementary in North Las Vegas, and I had multiple students who would leave our school, disenroll to go to one of those charter schools. One of them is on the list. One of my students came back a year and a half later, and I felt like something wasn't right. So I tested her on all the assessments that we do typically when a student is struggling. This child had not learned one thing at the charter school. She had not made 1 point of growth. In fact, she was below where she was when she left us to go to the charter school. And that was highly concerning to me, and I think we need to really pay attention when we see evidence that some of these schools aren't properly educating the students. Me, myself, personally, I'm not anti-charter. I think there's a place for some of our charter schools. But looking at this report, there's a lot of things on there that we should all be worried about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Binder?
All right, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. So I thought I heard, and I don't know if it was at the state, the legislature, or here, that you guys were going to cease overseeing these charter schools. I don't remember the deadline on that or like the sunset date on that. But I wanted to read this out loud for the parents of the children at these schools. And so of the 6 schools that you guys still sponsor, 100 Academy School of Engineering and Technology, Innovations International Charter, and Rainbow Dreams Academy either did not meet standard and the 100 Academy fell below standard. And if you guys want more information about that, if you're listening, it's in the consent agenda, reference item 2.02. But I would think as a parent, if I had my kids in those schools, I'd really want to know that information. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. There's no other public comment under this item, so I will take a motion to adopt the consent agenda. I have Trustee Lorena.
Second the motion.
I would entertain a first.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt.
Thank you. I have a first to adopt the consent agenda. Do I have a second? Trustee Satori?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Would you please cast your votes? Thank you. That motion passes 7-0. I believe the next item is Trustee Henry. Please read the warrants.
Ratified warrants as listed in the bills payable, transmittal, and board memorandum number 10-24-25 in the total amount of $394,532,962.16.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 3. No? Oh, I thought you said something. I don't know. No, we didn't approve of minutes. What item was that one? Oh, 2.01. So we're going to go back to 2.01, approval of the minutes. There it is. I will entertain a motion for approval of the minutes. Trustee Ramona?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes, item 2.01.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos?
Thank you. I will second that motion.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to our legal counsel.
Thank you, Madam President. John Okazaki, General Counsel. I noticed that the minutes are on the consent agenda, so I do think you've already approved it by approving the consent agenda.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And like I said, it's our first day, and so we are learning the process for ourselves, so I do appreciate your grace. So then with that clarity from our legal counsel, we'll go ahead and move to our business items. And the first one up is 3.02. It's our focus strategic plan update. But before I open that item, is there anyone that has not completed a public comment card that would like to speak? Thank you. And I appreciate you, Ms. Hannah, because you, like you said yesterday, you do show up almost at every meeting, but we do have it listed as an action. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate you. No worries. No worries. So thank you. We have two of our leaders from within CCSD, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. Would you like to proceed?
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. Tonight we are sharing with you our updates on our graduation rates. And so with us this evening presenting, we have Dr. Mansell, our Chief Academic Officer, and Mr. Manzi, who's our Assistant Superintendent of Assessment, Accountability, Research, School Improvement. Thank you so very much.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. For the record, Dustin Mansell, Chief Academic Officer. I am joined by Greg Manzi, our Assistant Superintendent of the Assessment, Accountability, Research, and School Improvement Division. Today, we are here to provide an update on Clark County School District's graduation rates as a part of Focus 2024. The four-year high school graduation rate contributes to the vision of the Board of School Trustees within student success, focusing on achievement in core content areas. Previous board presentations related to the four-year high school graduation rate occurred during the regular board meetings held on January 9th, 2020, February 10th, 2022, January 26th, 2023, and most recently on January 11th, 2024. The four-year high school graduation rate is measured on the Nevada School Performance Framework and accounts to 25 of the 30 possible points in the graduation indicator, with the other 5 remaining points allocated to the extended 5-year rate. The four-year high school graduation rate is calculated based on the number of students who graduate with a regular diploma within 4 years of beginning high school. Once a student enters grade 9, they have 4 school years or less to meet the graduation requirements established for the cohort or group of students. The requirements in Nevada include obtaining the required credits and participation in the College and Career Readiness State Assessment, which currently is the ACT with writing. For the class of 2024, the state defined 4 regular diplomas. These diplomas are standard, advanced, alternative, and college and career ready. Distinction is made between each diploma based on the required credits and coursework, GPA requirements, and criteria outlined for demonstrating college readiness and career readiness. Students included in the class of 2024 cohort entered grade 9 in the fall of 2020. Students may get added or removed from the cohort as they transfer in or out of another diploma-granting school or immigrate to another country. This leads us to our theory of action, consistent with the initiatives and systems and structures in place for the 2024-2025 school year. If we effectively implement multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS, to promote each student's academic achievement, social-emotional growth, and behavioral development, the 4-year graduation rate will increase.
Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Greg Manzi for the record. Here we have the results of the graduation rates over the last 6 cohorts, including for the district and for the indicated student groups. For the class of 2024, we observe a steady district graduation rate from the previous year, both at 81.5%. When reviewing the graduation rates at the school level, we find that 35 of our high schools demonstrated 4-year graduation rates high enough to earn the full 25 points for that indicator on the Nevada School Performance Framework. We observed the graduation rate for most student groups also remained steady, with only small changes noted. Aligned to the board status indicators, here we see the results for the class of 2024 in comparison to the 2022-2023 targets established in 2019 with the district strategic plan. Results are displayed for the ethnic student groups, as well as English language learners, students eligible for special education, and the Title I schools. The Nevada Department of Education defines the English language learners and students eligible for special education student groups as students that ever had the designation in their 4 years of high school. This is important to note as the student groups represented do include students that may have exited the service during their 4 years of high school. The gap in graduation rates narrowed a bit this year to 23.4 percentage points due to an increase in the students eligible for special education student group and a year-over-year decrease of 1.2 percentage points for Asian students. Comparison graduation rates are provided for context of the district rates over the last 6 cohorts. 51 CCSD high schools, which include our district-sponsored charter schools, exceeded the state rate. At the time of this presentation posting, the class of 2024 rates were not available for all comparison districts. Rates for California school districts recently posted, including the Los Angeles Unified School District with a year-over-year increase from 83.5% to 86.7%, and San Diego Unified demonstrating a year-over-year decline from 89.7% to 88.3%. The Houston Independent School District did recently release their preliminary data since we have posted this presentation tonight for the class of the 2023, with a year-over-year increase from 83.9% for the class of 2022 to 85.1%. We acknowledge the challenges, successes, and lessons learned as we reflect on the results. As we reviewed the results, we determined that one of our greatest challenges was the lack of universal systems for monitoring student engagement in diploma granting institutions after withdrawal or having their whereabouts unknown. This may stem from a lack of consistency with the implementation of MTSS to address academic, social, emotional, and behavioral needs of all students. Although the overall graduation rate remained steady, we did experience the largest number of graduates in the last years, which is certainly a cause for celebration. Within the successes, we continue to see the results of the progress around advanced coursework opportunities as an increase in the number of college and career readiness diplomas is evident. We must remember that the measure of graduation rate is a 4-year culmination of the high school experience and recognize the long-term investment of the systemic approach to enroll all students in best fit advanced coursework. Our lessons learned include the improvement of the consistency of implementation of MTSS and enhanced monitoring tools to monitor individual students and successful transfers. Our next steps include enhancing partnerships with our families to monitor our students' progress towards graduation requirements. We continue to engage leaders, learning strategists, and educators in professional learning to strengthen instructional systems for Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports. We continue to engage high school principals in individualized master scheduling conferences for a review and design of best fit advanced coursework opportunities for all students. This focus on program design will assist schools in maintaining student engagement and learning and also decrease the number of students that are considered whereabouts unknown. Additionally, we're continuing to implement consistent master scheduling timelines and processes to maximize opportunities for students to earn the required credits. Thank you for this opportunity to share the graduation rate update. At this time, we'll pause and take any questions from the board.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move to public comment before we take questions from the trustees. Do we have anybody?
Yeah, it's listed right here.
Hold on for a second, Ms. Binder. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take Dr. Beamel, if you could come up. Please proceed.
Good evening, Tiffany Beamel for the record. I'm speaking tonight on 3.01 and the graduation rates report presented. I follow these reports pretty closely. I take notes, I keep those notes, and I share them with my colleagues. I even go back into my notes and look at them when I need to reference them later. This is my speech from the 1010 meeting and its report about student achievement, which correlates to this presentation nicely. Quote, here's what's perplexing about the numbers in this report. As I always preface, I teach history, not math, so I may not understand the math here. According to the report released September 16th by the Nevada Board of Education, our district high school numbers report that our juniors are at 46.6% proficient in English language arts and 19.4% proficient in math. Our state numbers are not too far off, so that's par for the course. But here's where I'm confused. Our graduation rate is 81%. So are we graduating non-proficient seniors? Are the standardized tests not truly testing the standards we are teaching, or are our standards too low and the students can graduate without being proficient? These numbers are not adding up, end quote. When you Google class of 2024 ACT scores Nevada, the first hit is for December 16th, 2024 from Horizon Education, and it reads as follows, quote, composite. Unfortunately, Nevada had the lowest average composite score at 17.2 out of 36. English. Nevada had the lowest performance in English with 37% of students meeting the benchmark. Math. Nevada and Oklahoma had the lowest performance in math with 15% of students meeting the benchmark. Reading. Nevada had the lowest performance in reading with 25% of students meeting the benchmark. End quote. I do understand that these numbers reflect the current senior class of 2025, but I don't think the class of 2024 had better statistics according to the last report we saw on test scores. It's troublesome that our graduation rates continue to climb with your touted success as the, quote, largest numbers of graduating seniors in the last 6 years. But our own aggregated data shows that the students we graduated are not proficient in any category. As I stated back in October, this math is not mathing. And as former board member Garcia Morales commented to my comment, it's a matter for the State Board of Education. However, our students are not meeting the standards according to the ACT. So do we need to change the standards, or do we need to measure them to actual proficiency and not some arbitrary canned test that means nothing to our students who plan on going into the military, trade schools, and the workforce? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Binder, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. I actually did very much review this, and I thought it was a great presentation. I was just thrown off a little bit because when I read the agenda, the 29 items before this agenda item, all very clearly within the paragraph say like discussion and possible action. But for whatever reason, this one, it only says it up in the type, and then the language isn't carried through into the paragraph below, where it could, so the paragraph below says presentation and discussion on the acceptance, where the 29 paragraphs before say discussion and possible action. So I do apologize. That's why I was a little taken off about you accepting public comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and transition to questions from the trustees. And we're going to try something new for our presenters. And I did ask our interim superintendent if this was appropriate for her and her staff. We're going to have, if you have a question, the presenters will go directly to the trustee. So we're not going to go through that formality where you say, through Interim Superintendent Brenda Larson Mitchell, President Irene Bustamante Adams, and now to the, so we're going to try that. Hopefully it'll work. And so are there questions? And I think it's showing up something different, but I think that Trustee Satori, are you in the, oh, let's try, oh, because we're going to, our IT person is going to freak out right now. Turn off your mic, because we can only have one red on at the same time, but I see that we're trying something new as well, unlocking the mics. So I have Trustee Satori, Linda, Lydia, Emily, and Ramona. That's what I have. So Lisa, you go first, and the rest of us turn off our mics, please.
All right. Thank you for that presentation. Let's see, I had one question from the briefing.
Sorry, we're going to stop, but Miss Lydia and Miss Emily, if you could turn off your mics. Thank you.
I have two questions. One was from the briefing, we had discussed the increase in CCR diplomas, and you had shared that that percentage amount or increase. Could you share? I couldn't find it in my notes. Can you share what that increase was?
Trustee Satori, thank you for the question. Greg Manzi for the record. So we have exactly 6,000 college and career ready diplomas in this class of 2024, which is an increase of 60 from the year prior.
Thank you. And then my second question, we'd had a discussion as well in the briefing. I'd kind of asked about some of the subgroups and the decline there in some of them, particularly the ELL subgroup. And you had given a great summary of some things that were some strategies that we're doing and some things that we're implementing. So I'd love to have you kind of share some of that with our constituents. And as well, my other question was kind of a timeline of when some of those are being enacted, because I see that it's a drop from last year and they were the furthest away from hitting their target. So I kind of wanted to know, are some of these strategies that you had shared kind of new and getting off the ground, or some of them have been in place?
Trustee Satori, Dustin Mansell for the record. The item that we really implemented this last year was our English language learner pathways. And they were specific for newcomer students and long-term ELLs, where we've identified elective courses that are enrolled in correlation to like English 10. If the student is a 10th grader who is a newcomer, then they also have an opportunity to be an elective course to be double blocked. What that does is it allows the student to still have access to grade level standards in the content that is required for 10th grade, but it also provides a support class for the English language learner, particularly again, newcomers and long-term ELs, to acquire the language, to become more proficient in the material that would then help them with the content within the classroom. We rolled that out district-wide this last year, 3rd grade through grade 12. We saw some great successes with schools implementing that, so it will go kindergarten through grade 12, and we'll continue to expand it by providing additional courses based on school needs.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, and the reason to help our IT person in the back, one mic helps to clarity, and so that's what we're trying. So next, we have Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. And I also want to thank our new president for honoring my constant request over the last few years to open the mics, unlock them, and not have to have everybody delayed, and also for streamlining for our presenters. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Manzi and Dr. Mansell. I just have one question. It was one that was very helpful to me during our briefing. Our constituents would like to hear it too. And on page 10, having to do with, our next steps. Again, a lot about community, where you state enhancing the partnerships with families to monitor student academic plans and progress toward graduation. Could you just talk a little bit about what that enhancing is and what it's looking like?
Trustee Cavazos, Greg Manzi for the record. So part of this includes some of the professional learning that we are providing with our school counselors and the engagement that they can have with their families, what their role and responsibility may be. The other piece of that is the data accessibility that we have within Parent Portal for our parents. I'm a parent myself of a high school student. They get that opportunity to engage with the course plan for the student, ensure that they're making progress towards their academic goals, looking at the courses they're taking, monitoring their grades to ensure that they're a partner in that work to keep the student on track.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manzi. Does it look like this is something that it sounds like it's having a lot of progress, that we're having some good results? I'm not asking for numbers. I'm just kind of asking for a global.
Trustee Cavazos, Greg Manzi for the record. This is something we look at with the parent logins for Infinite Campus to ensure that we have engagement. It's one measure. There are multiple ways. Open house nights are another opportunity for our families to engage, learn a little bit more. We have required FOSFA nights to engage in that process as we look at post-secondary components. So there's great pieces that we're looking at to ensure that we are seeing progress and engagement from our community.
Thank you so much. I think the constituents are very happy at receiving that enhanced knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you. So I was looking at the next steps page as well, and I was wondering what is the timeline or the matrix that is in mind for CCSD to move forward in ways to make this better?
Trustee Dominguez, Dustin Mansa for the record. This timeline is continuous. It does not end. So as we continue to meet with parents, we are supporting them and providing information regarding enrollment measures or supports to help with attendance. Our conferences that are provided by our College and Career Readiness and School Choice Division, which is a conference with principals to look at advanced level coursework opportunities to ensure that our students are engaged, they're taking the right classes that they need for graduation. Our guidance and counseling department is, they hold curriculum AP meetings every quarter, along with guidance and counseling meetings every month, where they are meeting with our staff to ensure that we're monitoring our students. So this timeline, although we're talking about what we're doing now in our next steps, it will cycle nonstop all year long, and it just cycles again. And then we'll continue to reflect on what is working, what is not, and we may have to continue to advance it or enhance it to make it better.
I see. Thank you. And then I guess just, one of the big questions that I see is our reading rates and our, mathematic rates are going down, and somehow our graduation rates are going up. And, we've heard that so much from the constituents, and we see it in the reports. And so I'd like to hear a little bit more about what's really going on and what's happening.
Trustee Dominguez, Greg Manzi for the record. When we look specifically at the high school ACT, there's a college and career readiness assessment that is utilized by the state to fulfill the federal requirement as well as our local assessment pieces. The cut score for ELA is currently set at 17, so students need a 17 in that English language arts portion in order to demonstrate proficiency. We know there's composite scores, there's multiple pieces that go into that overall. Our ELA results actually demonstrate that we have recovered. We are back to our pre-pandemic rates. It's something that we have seen our high schools actually demonstrate year-over-year improvement within that area to get us back to recovery, which is quite the celebration for the district. Mathematics is another area where we are focusing on. We do see that we are at about 19% for our high school. That cut score is at 20 when we talk about the ACT. Again, a college and career ready measure, not necessarily connected to our core standards and the pieces that we're doing. So that's one one piece to kind of keep in mind as we look at those results and put them in context of what we're seeing here within our graduation rates. Our students are required to participate, not pass. That is how the current graduation requirements do work within the state of Nevada.
And just an additional, maybe food for thought comment that maybe is there a way that we can have to offer parents some kind of after-school assistance with that? I know there are, in some schools they do have like substitute teaching or some kind of additional teaching that they can get for assistance, but maybe it's something we can encompass in the entire district. And that might not necessarily need a comment, but I would just like to put food for thought that there might be, some kind of mathematical training or some kind of assistance that we can give to parents that their students are struggling.
Thank you for that thought. And the next, Trustee Stevens.
Thank you, gentlemen. Sir, would it be okay if we put it on page 10 on the screen? Because I can't, the internet's not working. There we go. Thank you. So this is now 4 of us asking questions about page 10, right? And I think the reason for this is because we're talking about why graduation rates aren't exactly where we would like them to be. I think the goal on page 1 was in the 90 percentile, and we've been stuck in the 80s for a little while. But when I look at next steps and what you have on your presentation, what I noticed about it is it's not specific to how. And so for the sake of transparency, I'm wondering if in future presentations like this, do you have the ability to add a slide that gives the how for these 4 areas? Because when you say you want to enhance partnerships with families, well, how are we doing that? You guys know, but the public might not know. And the beautiful thing about making it transparent on the how is if I'm a parent or even a teacher in a school and I see this on the agenda, I might go, well, I don't know if that's happening in my school, and then it could even provide more engagement. Is that something that we could potentially add?
I'll take that one. And so great question. And one of the things that I have learned, and I'm going to ask Trustee Cavazos to chime in as well, is that we as the team give direction to our superintendent on how this presentation is created and for other presentations that are received from the staff. So what I've taken away is at some point we will work on redrafting this because the questions that you asked and the questions that Trustee Dominguez asked are relevant to this part, and we need to tell the staff and our interim superintendent how we want it done. So thank you. Trustee Cavazos, do you want to chime in?
I was just going to add that on my previous question with Dr. Mansell and Mr. Manzi, that they had explained on some of the parts having to do with the family engagement. But I do understand where Trustee Stevens is coming from, that we do get a lot of constituent questions having to do with the how. So I think that, again, agreeing with President Bustamante Adams, that sometimes that this is something that requires further directives so that we can implement that. And sometimes it seems kind of frustrating because it's a longer process than we'd like to see, but that's where we are right now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next, we have Trustee Ramona.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. I really want to say thank you to boots on the ground classroom teachers that are doing the hard work to get the results. And I know that there's a lot of frustration with a few things. So I have 3 questions. I'll try to make them brief. Sorry, you know me. The first one, I want to do a follow-up with Trustee Satori with the ELL. You mentioned that they're double blocking, that students are getting their core instruction and then they have their elective in addition to. My question is that elective class supplemental? Is it considered as an elective or is it counted as a core English? So are they getting double? So just for clarification, so there's no misrepresentation.
Trustee Esparza-Stoffergan, it is an elective course. It does not count towards their core English class.
So it's in addition to, and?
Yes.
Perfect. Second part to that is what kind of training are we providing to teachers that are providing that additional class, and what does that class look like?
What we have, Trustee Esparza-Staff again, Dustin Mansell for the record. In order to teach the course, we do have a required professional learning around understanding language development. We've also partnered with West Ed to ensure that the materials and the instructional strategies that are being incorporated within the course are aligned to what our ELs need. We've worked now alongside the Curriculum and Instruction Division to ensure that those courses mirror what all other courses have. So they have pacing guides, instructional materials, look-for tools, and items to support teachers with planning and delivering the instruction.
Just because I'm hearing a level of gaps with that support for teachers that maybe are not getting that level of instruction to be able to support the students, because students' language development is completely different than their content learning. So it's a language acquisition is such a craft and art for a teacher. So I just wanted to make sure all of our teachers had, and I'm just hearing some of that frustration. So I know that we're trying to roll this out, so if you want to answer to that piece.
Can I please? Thank you so much, Trustee. I really want to put on the record, too, that we have our region coordinators for English language division. And so if there are teachers or administrators who are struggling with developing high-quality instruction for our English learner pathways, that I ask that they reach out to the region coordinator or the English language learner division, and we will be there to send someone out to support them.
So teachers could actually access them as well.
Yes, and we will come out, we will provide coaching, mentorship, and we will even model lessons.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, I have one question. I have three, but I'm going to do the second one, totally different topic. It's very convoluted for people to understand how is the graduation rate calculated. So could you explain that so people understand what that means for all of us?
Trustee Esparza, again, Greg Manzi for the record. I'm happy to provide that explanation so we have that clarity on the calculation. The cohort begins once a student enters ninth grade. So it's a group of students that start their ninth grade year. At that point, the clock is set for having 4 years to meet the graduation requirements and be able to do that within that time frame. Within that calculation, students will leave that cohort, meaning they may transfer to another school site. They may, unfortunately, experience student death, and they would leave the cohort. And then the other piece is emigrating to another country, at which point they would not be included in that cohort anymore. We also have students enter the cohort. So they may be a 10th grader that joins. We would place them with that cohort and ensure that that progress continues with the credit requirement for that class of. We then look at the students that earn that credit requirement. They're considered our graduates that meet all the requirements for the diploma. We have non-graduates, so students that may be credit deficient, that may not have participated in the assessment, they don't meet the requirements. And then we have unsuccessful transfers, so students for which we did not secure documentation to ensure that they were continuing their education in a diploma granting institution. That's one piece that's really important, and that's a consistent calculation across the nation established by governors to make sure there's agreement and comparability. Credit requirements are different across different states, so that's one of the pieces that does make it challenging still to compare graduation rates because all states adopt that separately. There is no standard federally for what a diploma means at the high school level.
Thank you. I'll reserve my questions. I'll come back and get in the queue.
Thank you. I think next in the queue is Trustee Zamora.
Thank you all for the presentation. I want to loop back around to what Trustee Esparza again mentioned, asking about the regent coordinators for ELL. Is there a way we can share that information? Because we can say it here, reach out to them, but where can people get that information if they need it?
Trustee Zamora, there are a couple places where our teachers can access it directly. Our principals do have access to that information, but the CCSD directory within the ccsd.net, you can identify your region coordinator there. But teachers specifically, they can use the Curriculum Hub, which actually has a contact information within the ELL Pathways tab. So as they go into the Curriculum Hub, they go into the EL Pathways for support. They click on the tab that has the course itself, and there are numbers there for support. They can also email Eric Casillas, who is our Assistant Superintendent of the English Language Learner Division, and also Kevin Barton, who is the director for those EL pathways, and they are always available to help.
Thank you for that, because I think it's important to give that information and kind of help with the steps, right? So it's, I mean, they already have enough on their plate, so if we're able to provide names, I think it helps. The other thing that we spoke about was the way we have the presentation set up, and I know we have to go through this process, but I think it goes to what my colleagues were mentioning, the next steps, right? And I think something that we talked about during the briefing was that you all have, you know, challenges, successes, and lessons learned. And I posed to you all what suggestions you might all have from staff, right? Those who are on the ground and listening. Besides including that to hopefully something new that we have, is there anything in the past week that you all thought about that you all would like to suggest?
Trustee Zamora, Greg Manzi for the record. So following our briefings, I had an opportunity to engage with several of our principals regarding some of the progress that they're seeing specific to their graduation rate in terms of pieces that are here. So we talked to them about some of the supports, pieces ensuring that they have an engaging learning environment to keep their students active within the school, ensuring they don't go whereabouts unknown. The other piece that we looked at was helping to monitor their unsuccessful transfers. That is a lot of record keeping when students go whereabouts unknown to ensure that they track them down and keep them re-engaged, providing those opportunities for what else is available, whether it's through some of our sunset programs or other places where they can go to receive their education.
Follow-up question to that real quick. You said that we're having troubles finding students who are transitioning. Is that because there's a lack of maybe the guardians updating their information, just like their emails or their phone numbers through campus?
Trustee Zamora, Greg Manzi for the record. I would have to follow up with them to see specifically what those challenges were. We do have like the largest graduating class, largest cohort. So by sheer volume, it was a lot to try to track and maintain. So that's one of the pieces that I know was spoken about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any, Trustee Ramona?
Thank you. So I appreciate the explanation because people don't understand how the calculation has been really shifting. And like you said, not every state uses the same one, and that's important for us because we can't compare.
Guys, some grace in this response. So as we look at the unsuccessful transfers, the piece that we're looking for, right, is that contact information. They've gone where the student is absent for consecutive days. Based on state rules, we have to withdraw the student at that point in time for 10 consecutive days of whereabouts unknown. That is where record keeping then comes into play for the school to have a process, and we train clerks and registrars to ensure that they're looking at their student accounting, they're looking at their withdrawal books, trying to capture that information to then contact families and understand where the student may have gone. We've had great success with our attendance officers helping us to re-engage students, have that conversation, they send them out, we understand why the student may be missing at that point in time, help to get to that root cause and then re-engage them in school, whether it's back at their comprehensive campus or at another location where they may be better fit for what their circumstance dictates. That's the one piece. The challenge there is ensuring that we expose that information so that schools have that list of students. We have worked with our high schools with some feedback to ensure that we enhance our tools that are available to them. We added a new visualization this year, cohort checks, that provides better insight and deeper information to what they're seeing for their unsuccessful transfers. We do have a reduction year over year. We were 14% in the cohort of 2023. We're at 12.5% right now. So we are seeing improvement in that progress. And it's just staying on top of it from the 9th grade year all the way through. It becomes insurmountable sometimes when you're only looking at your 12th grade students and trying to capture just that information and clean one cohort at a time. So the ongoing maintenance of that is something that's really important and something that we've helped schools to understand through the progress and the tools that we've provided for them.
Thank you for that, because I think it's critical for people to understand we're responsible for every single student, even when they leave a school. And if we never find them, that counts against that graduation rate. So I think that's vital for people to understand and for our parents to really understand if they go out of country or if they go to another system of education, they need to let us know so that we can track that and it can be not counted against us. Okay. I want to say something about the data reports because Trustee Stevens brought it up. We brought it up when we first started, when we were newbies. Remember that first meeting? One of the things I'm hearing from some of the collaboration that's happening with some of the municipalities is they want to be included in that conversation. So municipalities as well have and would like some input. I'm speaking specifically for Henderson on having a conversation with the data department in the district. And I'm saying that because I've been privy to some conversations with multiple municipalities in one space, asking to have just a discussion about what that layout will look like. So putting that on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Duly noted. Trustee Johnson?
All right, thank you. I'm going to try to ask my questions quickly because I know you've been here for a second, but also they should string together. The first one I have is about longitudinal data and whether we have any for what happens, what students do after high school. And the reason I ask the question is because I want to understand if whether it's a college that they're going to, military or career, if any of those spaces are saying that our students are prepared for those places. So do we have any of that data that we've been able to track or that we've been able to cross communicate with any of our partners in the community?
Trustee Johnson, Greg Manzi for the record. I don't have anything in front of me tonight, but we do get National Clearinghouse data that our guidance and counseling department does look at and help with their career nights then and the other pieces they do to try to match some of those opportunities.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And then Trustee Esparza-Stroffigan mentioned this about learning from other districts. I know we compare ourselves to several urban districts. Have there been any learnings, and I was thinking specifically about Denver Public Schools, so while their graduation rate is lower than ours, but they've had a steady increase since the pandemic. They've grown 5 percentage points from 2019 through last year. And so just seeing what they've been able to do, because that's a large jump, and they're a large urban district, to have such a large jump, if there are any learnings that we could find from them. So I guess that's more of a rhetorical question, but if we've already spoken to them and you got information, I'd love to learn it. But if we haven't, we can move on from it. We have not. All right. And then going down the path we talked about our emerging bilingual students who have the opportunity to double block. And I think that's fantastic. We think about proficiency rates, and we know that some of our students are coming into high school and they're not proficient yet. And we talked about this a little bit in the briefing. Is there a way that we can think about possibly providing some required double blocking for students who we know are coming in non-proficient in English and math, right? Those are two really foundational subjects that students will need to use to be able to be productive once they get out of high school. So even when they leave, being able to read well and to be able to compute is going to be helpful. And so can we think about, leveraging the information that we have about students as they come into high school to then provide them with a mandatory, at least first year of double blocking so that we know that they are getting not only their grade level content, but also some of the gap closing content along the way. So that's an actual question, not just a rhetorical question. Can we think about doing that?
Trustee Johnson, Dustin Mansell for the record, absolutely. We can think about that. In fact, there are schools that do double block already students that are not English language learners.
All right, that's perfect. And then the last question I have is about our support and our partnership. How can the board be supportive of the work that you are doing? And teachers are working hard, staff is working hard, you all are working hard. We all want to contribute. If there are things that you can share with us aloud so that we are held accountable to be able to be supportive of you, I would love to learn them so that I can do my part to be helpful as well. Because asking questions is good, but also rolling up our sleeves to do some work in the way that we can is important as well. So maybe that's more for you, Dr. Larson-Mitchell. Just what are the ways that we can be supportive and helpful to move the number, because we're all responsible for it.
Trustee Johnson, Brenda Larson-Mitchell for the record, greatly appreciate it. I think support is always appreciated, and the board is supportive. I think that one of the things that we as staff can provide too are some of the questions that have been asked by trustees here today, and providing common speaking points for trustees. So when questions are asked of why doesn't proficiency match graduation rates, that we all are speaking the same language and sharing the same message with the community, I think that would be a great support.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Sorry.
Trustee Dominguez.
I did have a follow-up question, and I really appreciate Trustee Ramona Strafagan's comments because it brought other things to mind. So have we looked at the challenges and issues that the children are facing, whether it's economical, social, that are not passing or not graduating?
Trustee Dominguez, Greg Manzi for the record. Part of what we did was look at the cohort of non-graduate students and what are some of the characteristics that they share. So we do see a higher probability of students that are designated as chronically absent at some point in their high school career. Through our home visits, we've learned that those root causes of the chronic absenteeism do range from I'm providing childcare for another sibling, to needing clean clothes, other pieces in order to attend and go to school, or they have jobs and other responsibilities that they're trying to fulfill for their families. And that's the great effort that our attendance officers do in their home visits to connect them with those services and support that the district does provide to meet those needs. So that's one characteristic that we see. The other one is some instances of behavior is another characteristic of students that are non-graduates have a higher probability or incident of having been suspended or expelled at some point in high school. It's another piece that I know we're working through with our Education Services Division and our practices there to ensure that we're being proactive before the behavior occurs so we don't get to that final result of what's occurring as the resolution for that behavior. So those are just some of the pieces that we do see when we look at non-graduates. Credit recovery is another component, ensuring that that requirement is met and those opportunities are there for students to be able to gain those credits that they may have failed on their initial pass-through and then come back through with an additional opportunity to ensure that they can pass those classes successfully and then meet those graduation requirements.
So sorry, one more question. Are there partnerships or something that we're lacking with the county that we can connect the dots to make sure these kids have the resources they need? And then a little extra question on that was the children that are in disciplinary schools, are we providing the support that they need to making sure they graduate?
Trustee Dominguez, I'm going to call on a friend. Mr. McPartland is here in the audience. Many times we call on Mr. Manzi as a friend, so I think that's comparable. I was just going to also add Trustee Dominguez and trustees. The board in, I think, 2021 passed the multi-tiered system of support policy, which requires all schools to have systems of support for students in behavior, social, emotional, and academics. So when we talk about the graduation rate and how our students are doing academically, we know that we also have to support them emotionally and behaviorally to making sure we're looking at the whole child and supporting them and wrapping our arms around them. So we are working very hard, Dustin's team and educators and administrators in our schools in implementing those supports based on student needs. So supporting them in all of those areas. And Mr. McPartland?
Great. Trustee Dominguez, Kevin McPartland, for the record. So thank you for the questions. Definitely at the academic centers, we have 3 academic centers. Students are there in general between 9 and 18 weeks, depending on infraction. The teachers there, they are trained in the Tier 1 materials, instructional materials, just as they are in the comprehensive schools. The teachers do PLCs and all the trainings that they do at the other schools. Additionally, an added feature this year is a transition specialist in each region. So then when the students are in the academic centers, there's a transition specialist, an adult who's building relationships with them and then follows them to the school and kind of hands that warm handshake back off to the school, whether it's with the counselor, whether it's with a department chair, an administrator, to make sure that there's someone that understands what was going well for that student, what successes were found academically when that student returns. So it's not quite a just we release you and good luck. We're following up in that process.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
So sorry. Is the follow-up a 6-month, year, every month? What's that process look like?
Yeah. Thank you. So it's about a 6-month process right now, and it's evolving as we go. Again, this is the first year with the transition specialist that we've put in as an official position. So upon release, they are there for that initial orientation meeting. They do follow-ups as needed, and right now we have it out to 6 months at this point.
Thank you. Trustee Satori?
No, and actually, I'm really glad the question you ask about county supports from the county and such, because when I present to the Clark County Commissioners, that is one question they always ask me, how can we help? How can we connect our resources with the district? So I had been wanting to say, just share that's something that they are always, asking and offering. So if there's any way I can share with them to help, I'd be happy to. My one question was, from the briefing, I had inquired about summer graduation data, and my apologies if it's in my email and I didn't find it. I looked for it, but I was wondering if you were able to gather some of that information as well.
Trustee Satori, Greg Manzi for the record. We looked at the last 3 years when it comes to summer graduation, and we have about, on average, 400 students that do graduate during that summer period, which is a great opportunity for those students that need a little more time till October 1st to make sure they met those requirements.
Okay. Trustee Barron.
Thank you very much, Madam President. To Trustee Dominguez's point, one thing that we've discussed over North Las Vegas, the district is, of course, mandated to report to the different municipalities on a quarterly basis, right? But we're thinking that the reverse should be just as appropriate. And I think you'll probably have your team get contacted by the city of North Las Vegas to actually present in front of the board what the city of North Las Vegas is doing to support education. And I think that'd be very appropriate. And we're just putting that out there right now. And probably if my staff is listening, they're saying, there he goes again. We're volunteered. That's the way it goes. Anyhow, yeah, that's policy. Anyhow, I do have a question, a couple of questions. Number one, I definitely wanted to get filled with staff. Staff is doing a fantastic job. You're tasked with graduating students, and I can speak for the last 20 years at Rancho High School. We have numerous programs that tries to get people caught up at last minute. I've literally seen, seniors who at the beginning of the school year, they have like sophomore type credit, and then they're able to credit retrieval and doing everything you can possibly think of get through. So we are definitely working hard, but I think there's other things that we can do in chasing this graduation rate. I did want to ask regarding adult education, and not necessarily the adult education at the Brooks, at the West Brooks. I'm talking about adult education. We keep on hearing about how our students drop out. But I worked at adult education. Well, I've worked about every grade, I think, in 30 years. But I worked at adult education for, I think, 18 years. And I can testify that there is a large amount of students who decide to drop in. Yeah, they drop in. They're now 19, 20, 25 years old, including my kid, who, after working for a few years in retail, right, he wanted to go back and do hair. But to qualify, he needed a high school diploma to get a loan from Uncle Sam. Well, I needed him to do that because I had to apply for a loan too. But I digress. Are the statistics for adult education, are they included in our graduation rate? And where are they? Where can I find them? Are they parsed out?
Trustee Barone, Greg Manzi for the record. Appreciate the question. So yes, the adult programs, if they're in the class of 2024, are included within the graduation rate calculation per the requirements from NDE and for the federal calculation as well. They have to earn at minimum the standard diploma in order to be counted as a graduate. That's one of the diplomas that's counted as regular within the calculation.
After how long, on a follow-up on that, after how long, I mean, because again, we might have students who, they leave school when they're 16, 17, they come back when they're 25, 26, 27. Are we able to even account for that? Or do we have the records to go back and account for that, or what happens to them?
Trustee Barone, Greg Manzi for the record. We would look at that student's ninth grade entry, which may be in 1996, or as an example, and we'd look at 4 years from that point to identify the student's cohort and the requirements that would have been needed to have been met at that point in time. A 25-year-old coming to our system right now doesn't join the class of 2025. It doesn't work in that manner. We would look at their ninth grade start, calculate 4 years to determine their cohort.
So in effect, we could have, even though there are small numbers, they taken into account, they could kind of like be seen a little bit as a drag, on our rate, correct?
Trustee Barone, Greg Manzi for the record, that 25-year-old, if they're not in the class of 2024, we would not see them included in our rate. So I wouldn't consider that to be a drag. We would offer that opportunity for that student regardless of what class or cohort they are in, not really included in the calculation in that sense because they are not part of the class of 2024, which is the rate that's presented before you tonight.
Okay, well, I was asking, I guess in general terms. I have, the last one was actually related to Trustee Johnson and Trustee Ramona Stoffgren, Esparza Stoffgren. Comparison to other, I think I asked this during our, or something similar during our briefing. Of course, how we compare to other districts our size. I would appreciate very much if, for the record, we could have, definitely a page. I know we have someone out there who can number crunch these things, and give us some sort of a comparison chart. But it'd be easy. What I think would be really helpful is to see, the 5 closest districts that are doing well with the highest rates. Also, the 5 that are kind of like this with the lowest rates, and how we compare to those 10 in total, just as a point of reference. I think that's something that when you put on a graphic. I haven't been out of the classroom that long, but people can make sense out of graphics. And when we're here presenting in front of the public, I think people can make sense of those graphics as well. And I would like that just as a point of comparison. That a part of what the big thing that we do in this job is we're trying to communicate with our public when we're quoting percentages and all that, right? Listen, that's a tough thing to do. But when we're actually have bar graphs, right? I think we still teach pie charts and graphs, and again, I did it in social studies quite a bit. It sounds familiar, right? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. The professor there also in the back, I think, if we can get some sort of a graphic, that would be, I think, extremely helpful for the public. I could be wrong, but I don't know if it's TikTokable to do that, but I think I would really appreciate it.
Dr. Mansell, I don't know if there's a response there, but that I duly noted that suggestion. Okay. Any other discussion? If not, I'm going to entertain a motion to accept the report. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to accept Agenda Item 3.01.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Esparza Stoffgren?
I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Please cast your votes. That motion passes 7-0. I do want to remind the public that we are having issues with our CCSD internet. There is an option that you could either go to the YouTube channel or also watch us on Channel 4. With that, I'm going to go ahead to go to item 4.01. Before I open that item, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public comment card? Please do so now. Okay, and that item belongs to me. I'm going to ask our board liaison to come up to the front as well. And so this is, just to give you some context, this is regarding governance. And so this is an item that was brought up during a board work session back on December 4th. There was a motion made to direct the board liaison to reach out both to the National Association of School Boards and also to Dr. Alsbury regarding governance professional learning, and bring back the potential consulting agreements for review and approval by the board on this meeting on January 9th, 2025. We're here this evening to discuss the governance professional learning proposals that were submitted and then decide on next steps. And I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Caruso.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Joe Caruso for the record. As Trustee Bustamante Adams stated, this item is a follow-up from the discussion that occurred at the board work session on December 4th. Per the direction of the board, I emailed the representatives from the National School Boards Association and Dr. Alsbury asking them for the following information: to provide a consulting services agreement regarding the facilitation of professional development and training of the board governance roles and responsibilities, key work of school boards, and governance in general. In addition, to provide 2 separate agreements. The first agreement would be for a 2-day professional learning session in person, and preferably during the end of January 2025. Also to provide their availability for the session. The second agreement would be for an ongoing professional learning throughout the course of 1 year. The reference material provided is as a follow-up to the request made of the National School Board Association and Dr. Alsbury. Please note that the reference material was added in the order it was received from the consultants. So if you refer to the handouts, and we provided a handout, so I'm going to walk through each one with you. The first attachment, reference material 4.01A, is from Dr. Alsbury and is the 2-day training proposal. On page 3, Dr. Alsbury provides a summary of the service provided, note 2-day, 4 to 6 hours, and the cost for the training for the 2 days is noted on page 4 at a cost of $8,000. Dr. Alsbury will be working with our colleagues in the North Washoe County School District on January 26th and is available to work with our district on January 27th and 28th. In addition, Dr. Alsbury stated that he is flexible if those dates do not work for the board. The second attachment, reference material 4.01B, is a comprehensive board governance service proposal. On page 3, Dr. Alsbury provides a listing of the board governance service options, summary of services available. There are 11 services available, and a more detailed description of each service is provided beginning on page 5. On page 12, the board deliverables cost is noted for each of the services provided. Dr. Alsbury also provided clarification on the list of deliverables. The services in the proposal can be divided as noted. So I'm going to, if you look at that list, what he did is he provided some additional clarity of how you compare them together. So think of it as you could do the whole package, or you could pair them together as what you see fit. So services 1 and 2 compromise help with the superintendent's search. Service 3 compromises retraining on balanced governance. Service 4 compromises training of the superintendent's executive leadership team. Services 5 and 9 comprise the superintendent evaluation. Service 6, 7, and 8 comprise the board evaluation. Service 10 comprises a policy and handbook review. Service 11 comprises optional individual consulting and would be included in any contract and only billed as used. The board can select any combination of services noted above based on their needs, and the services listed within each of these items would be kept together. So you would pair, like the superintendent search, you would probably want to do those as a bucket, so to speak. Executive leadership team, training, board evaluation, etc. The third attachment, reference material 4.01C, is a memorandum from the National School Board Association providing an overview of the annual membership costs. This was asked at the December 4th work session what the cost would be. And an explanation of the cost is provided on page 1. Beginning on page 2, a breakdown of the district participant benefits is noted. According to NSBA, they have changed membership databases several times since 1996, when CCSD first joined as a national connection member. They did, however, state that the last time the Clark County School District renewed their membership was in 2005. That was also a question that was asked. The fourth attachment, reference material 4.01D, is the NSBA Consulting Services Agreement. On page 2, the scope of work is noted. Note 2 days, 8 hours per day, and has a compensation section, $12,000 for the flat rate, which is inclusive of 15% training services discount offered to member districts of the Council of Urban Boards of Education. That's part of the National School Board Association. And $18,000 for non-member CUBE, Council of Urban Boards of Education districts. NSBA stated that the month of January will be busy with finalizing details for their Advocacy and Equity Institute Conference in Washington, D.C., along with other governance meetings between January 27th and February 4th. If the board wants to conduct their first training, the director would not be available until February. NSBA has a number of consultants who provide training on their behalf using their resources and could identify someone to do the training for the district. Again, that would be February for their availability. The fifth attachment, reference material 4.01E, is the NSBA Transforming Public Education board-by-board proposal for services. On page 2, the scope of work is noted, and on page 3, the sessions and objectives are noted. The costs are also noted on page 3 for your review, and they are broken down by member and non-member districts, just so you knew what the difference was. The sixth attachment, additional reference 4.01, is the professional services agreement with the Council of the Great City Schools that was approved by the board on September 6, 2023. The agreement was added to ensure the board is aware of its current agreement for professional learning. In addition, the motion made on September 6, 2023 was to approve the item acknowledging trustees' concerns regarding costs, capping the expenses at $150,000, and declaring commitment to ensure that the board stays on track and does not exceed the cost of the term plus travel expenses. I then submitted a budget request for the $150,000, and a shopping cart was submitted to pay the initial $60,000 as noted in the agreement. The fee was due upon execution of the agreement. And to date, we have spent an additional $4,233.50 for the consultant's travel for the grand total of $64,233.50. The remaining balance of that $150,000 is encumbered with the purchase order for the Council of Great City Schools. The seventh attachment, additional reference 4.01A, is the executed professional services agreement with the Council of Great City Schools that was signed effective January 9th, 2024. The eighth attachment, additional reference 4.01B, is the implementation timeline that was previously shared at the board work session on November 6, 2024. In addition, the timeline is referenced in the professional services agreement and is the most current version that was presented to the board by the Council of Great City Schools consultants. At this time, trustees, please feel free to review the proposals and provide your guidance on how you would like to proceed. In addition, at the time of a motion, or when a motion is ready to be made, we will need you to include in the motion direction for me to submit a budget request noting the amount that you're interested in contracting with this year, whether for 2-day or year-long proposals. Also, in regards to the Council of Great City Schools Professional Services Agreement, and in consultation with the General Counsel, if a request to discuss the terms of the agreement, next steps is desired, we will need to have a separate agenda item on a future agenda to revisit that agreement, as that item is not noticed on this evening's agenda and was previously voted for in September of 2023. In addition, Valerie Carty, forgive me, Ms. Carty, Managing Director, Membership Programs and Council Services, National School Boards Association, and Dr. Alsbury, Balanced Governance Solutions, are on the phone and able to answer any questions that the trustees may have this evening. So that concludes my report to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Caruso. Now, usually we have public comment but I know that Dr. Alsbury and Ms. Cardy are on the phone, and I don't want to keep them because they are calling from different places. So I will, do we have public comment on this section? Yes, okay. We have two that I see, three with Anna Binder. Dr. Beamel, if you could come up, and Ms. Vicki Kreidel, if you'd come up to the left.
I'm sorry, Madam President, can we ask, how do we remain in the queue without keeping our mics on? Because.
Thank you, good question. Our Vice President is helping us to document, and she'll let me know who's been. So thank you for asking that, great question. But Ms. Beamel?
Good evening, Dr. Tiffany Beamel for the record. I wasn't sure why this was on the agenda for tonight, and it needed to be voted on now, as you don't have a superintendent search completed yet. So it confused me, and I didn't go to the meeting where Mr. Crusoe referenced. So thank you, Mr. Crusoe. These numbers are kind of all over the place, though, and one would think when we're in a budget deficit, it doesn't make sense to throw more money into consulting fees and training. According to your attached documents, the fees and costs range from $8,000 to $150,000. I understand needing to train the new board, and I understand the potential in moving away from the old ways for the new, but is this wise to do so soon? Is this because the money must be spent by today? If so, can I get some of this money for toner? Because I would really appreciate it. Seriously though, my students are fundraising their tushies off for their state and national conference fees, and what you're looking to spend for a 2-day conference would cover all 20 of them to attend the state conference with hotel and meal allowance. I tell you all the time that I don't understand the money that gets spent, and I really don't understand spending all this money at all. If you must select a new firm and spend all this cash, I would ask that you consider finding a firm that will help you take back the power you gave away so that it's operational can never be an excuse for failure ever again. They help you create an equitable grading rubric for your one employee, the new superintendent, and that it's agreeable so we can actually retain a good superintendent, and that they actually train you to work together as a cohesive unit to end the backstabbing mean girls narrative that has ruled and plagued this boardroom for the last 6 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki Kreidel. And then Ms. Anna Binder, if I could have you come up.
Good evening, Vicki Kreidel for the record, and I have to admit I'm more confused now than I was before I heard Mr. Caruso speak. So, in looking at the proposals, if we have to choose a proposal, I feel like NSBA is a better alternative than the Council of Great City Schools because they have a really good reputation for fighting against business interests on school boards and being for educators. That would be a positive change to some of the governance models the board has subscribed to in the past. It is vital that every dollar that is spent by this district, especially right now, is done thoughtfully and strategically. All eyes are on us. People are watching how we spend money. This is not a time to do anything extravagant. In comparison, I can tell you that the Council of Great City School has a terrible reputation, partially because of their involvement in the state takeover of a large urban school district, which is Houston Independent School District. The entire Houston Independent School District saga is very scary. When you meet with educators from other parts of the country, it always comes up. We definitely don't want to follow that path, and I wouldn't recommend anything associated with A.J. Crabbill.
Thank you for comments. Ms. Binder?
30 seconds left. Anna Binder for the record, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. So I had actually had somebody else in the community help me prepare something for this, but I want to deeply apologize because in the purchase orders or awards tonight, whatever, we spent just shy of like $50,000 on a graphic wrap. So I'd love to know which one that is and see how beautiful it was and how much we spent $50,000 on, because I think I could wrap every vehicle I own for way less than $50,000. So anyways, fun stuff. So in years past, you guys have, the board has operated under Silver State governance, which is actually derived from the Lone Star governance that came out of the state of Texas under A.J. Craybill and the Council of Great City Schools. So as our new trustees are sitting here and we're looking to not do insanity, the best thing we can do is you guys can ask for a future agenda item so that you can properly motion and approve to give the Council of Great City Schools their 30-day notice that you're not going to be held hostage and be penalized if you happen to ever disagree with a single part of their training. Did you guys know there's a $20,000 penalty if you don't like it, or you don't like it, or you don't like it, or you don't like it? Who operates like that? I don't know. I've run law firms my whole life, and I would have told you all, yeah. And I actually did say that when that came up last year. So anyways, I don't like when people are being held like that, Jara is a member of the Council of Great City Schools Executive Committee. How did that work out for us? Also on their website, on the board of directors, Evelyn Garcia Morales and Brenda Larson Mitchell. How's that working out for us? The time constraints on public comment prevent me from going into this much further, but y'all know how to get a hold of me. In reality, the board and the superintendent are being guided by the same entity. That is a huge conflict. It needs to end. Got your 30-second or your 30-day notice. Oh yeah, and if you didn't know, Council of Great City Schools nationwide continues to see a drop in membership districts enrollment, and it's usually accompanied by school closures, a loss, which is a loss to our communities because our schools are our communities. And then that goes back to increased profits for charter schools. And I can give you a whole bunch of more information about that. I do talk about it on social media. So does former trustee Danielle Ford. And this right here is exactly why 283,000 people voted for our new trustees to get this kind of work done. Thanks.
Thank you. That ends our public comment. I'm going to streamline this. Is there any questions for Dr. Alsbury right now? Let's ask that. Is there any questions, because he is on the line? And any questions? Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President, and directing this to Dr. Alsbury. I wasn't aware that we were going to have them on the line tonight. I was just going to ask Dr. Alsbury, I know the question of this, but for the benefit of those who don't or possibly did not have a chance to go through the training with him, if he could briefly explain how his balanced governance model is the only data-driven, evidence-based research model that is out there right now, and is this a copywritten model?
Thank you, Dr. Alsbury. Are you on the line?
He found out I was going to ask a question. He hung up on me. Yeah, my husband texted me. He says Edge of Vision and YouTube keep dropping off too. I'll have to change my question around now. You know what's weird about this is our tech team does a run through every single time before a work session or a regular meeting. They do a run through. I'm not sure. I really don't remember. I don't remember. Is it possibly connected? Do we have to have these turned off again too?
Madam President, members of the board, my apologies. Technology is great when it works, so we will try we're having a hard time getting on the internet there. So let's see if we can do it through the Wi-Fi. My apologies.
Dr. Arlsby, are you on the line? I heard something. Dr. Alsbury, are you there?
I am here.
All right. I'm going to ask Trustee Cavazos to restate her question. Oh, you forgot. It had to do with evidence-based. Okay.
I'll ask him.
Dr. Alsbury, we do have questions for you, and we want to be mindful of your time, and Trustee Cavazos is up.
Hi, Dr. Alsbury. Thank you for being here with us tonight. I do have a general question for the benefit of those who do not have this information. Can you briefly explain how your particular model, your balanced governance model, is data-driven and research-based, and the type of research that you have conducted before formulating this model? Please.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Appreciate your time tonight, President Cavazos. The balanced governance stands as really a unique amongst all governance training models because it is the one model that emanated from research data. As a professor and the director of the National Center on Governance, representing all of the R1 universities across the United States for 12 years, we conducted the only national and the only international research on board. So quite literally, we conducted the only studies that collected data from board members. That data then, as it was analyzed by our team of professors, was then resulted in a number of standards, practices that were linked to, correlated to improved performance amongst boards. It was after that I was asked to provide some materials because my work had, and others who had done this research, all of our work had been published in a number of academic peer-reviewed journals and publications, which, as you may know, are not widely read in the practitioner field. And so I was asked to put together that research, the findings, and to provide it as a practical application for districts who wanted to use the kinds of practices and standards that we had found through research had been effective for boards. And that's what led to that 2015 book that we did through Harvard Press. And so really, balanced governance is, in fact, a direct result and comes directly from academic empirical data.
Dr. Alsbury, thank you so much. I'm going to defer to my colleagues. I have other questions, but I want everybody to have a chance to ask them. Thank you so much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Trustee Ramona Esparza-Strafagan.
Hello, Dr. Alsbury. It's Trustee Esparza-Strafagan. Great to see you again. Thank you for making time for us. I had the pleasure of seeing you present more than once. I also had the pleasure of meeting your colleague, Dr. Phil Gore, and also brought tonight, like a groupie, your book on improving school board effectiveness. So what I want to ask you, because of your extensive research and the numerous books that you've written, I want to talk about be a little pragmatic. I want to know, with your training for school boards, especially with a board like ours, that we have such a blended membership now, with potentially half, I would say even more than half of us are new, between 1 to 3 years as trustees. So what an opportune time for us to revisit potentially one of your offerings is the governance policies. So can you talk about what that offering would look like? Because I saw an offering for revisiting and reviewing our policy handbook. That's part one. Part two, I want to know the school boards that you've worked with that have shown some effectiveness through your training.
Yeah, thank you very much. The first part would be, yeah, you noticed in the proposal, there are a variety of services that you as a district said you may be interested in. And two of them specific to your question. One, of course, is training. And I think that would be critical for the reason that you just stated. We have a lot of new members on the board, and it would be important for all the board members to be trained in balanced governance to understand what it is. In addition to that, I did put in to that proposal this option for a review of your policies and then recommendations on revisions to policies and your board handbook. I put that into place because I believe that over time, and there's a few board members that, like President Cavazos, that have been on the board for a while, that early on, I made recommendations on changes, revisions to policies and procedures. And I think since I've worked with the district over the last number of years, some of those have been revised. So in other words, they no longer are from the original recommendations that I made that would support implementation of balanced governance in the way that I would recommend. And so I think it would, because those policies, some of them have been changed, I think it would be not a bad idea for the board to provide me an opportunity to go back at this point again and revisit those policies and handbook procedures and make any recommendations on revising those. Again, with the intent to provide you with the types of procedures and practices that we found to be most effective amongst boards nationally. In terms of the districts that I've worked with, specific districts, there are a number of districts I would point to in terms of in the state of Nevada. I would point to Washoe School District, certainly, who I've been working with for a while. Also, there have been a number of districts, the Pasco School District here in the state of Washington, most recently. And I would, though, and there are others, I've worked with quite a few districts, both very large and very small districts across the United States. I would note, however, that this is it's a bit of a complex question, because as leadership changes on boards and as board members themselves change, not unlike what you experienced there in Clark County, board members and superintendents will choose to go different directions with governance. And so quite frequently, I've made recommendations to boards, and they've opted to not follow the recommendations, to go a different direction. And so that would lead them to not have the kind of success that we would have expected. What I would point to, in addition to answer your question, is would be examples like recent research. And of course, my national studies have a little bit of age on them now. Those initial ones were done in 2011, 2012. So there's always a concern that maybe things have changed. I have a number of doctoral students who are leaders, state board association executives, et cetera, who have conducted statewide studies. The most recent was conducted this year. It's a large-scale study in the state of Oregon, where that that particular student, as the head of the state training program, had trained um, a, a large percentage of Oregon districts in balanced governance, and then did her doctoral dissertation to determine whether she could find a correlation between improved performance in those districts where they were using balanced governance, and she did find a strong correlation with performance. And so that's kind of a not a specific individual school board, but it's a broad group of a lot of school boards that found that balanced governance still is showing a strong correlation with in terms of its effectiveness.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Osborne. Thank you, Madam President. You talked about the national research that's more recent that talks about effectiveness. Could you just share what schools were like, what districts were a part of that? And I asked the question because I'm trying to get an understanding of whether or not any of the research took place on larger urban districts. You know, I'm not going to say we're unique, but we're complex, and so, you know, unless the work in Oregon was on Portland Public, or maybe even like Ben LaPone. I don't think Ben LaPone's not even that big, but like a relatively comparable district, I want to make sure that we are able to compare effectiveness in one place that can be translated, because while I recognize that the empirical research is going to be helpful, it also, you know, there's just variables that they may not have had that we do have, and so I want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. It's an important question to ask. In terms of the state level study that I mentioned, that has been the most recent one, urban districts were part of that study as well. Now, however, you must realize that the Clark County, and in fact the state of Nevada, is quite unique. The largest school districts in, say, the state of Oregon or here in the state of Washington are going to look small compared to you folks, because you are county-wide districts. And there are very few even states that use the county-wide systems in terms of school boards. The southeastern United States is the most prominent use of that. So the research we've conducted, and I think it's important to also remind ourselves that there hasn't really been any research specifically directed at urban districts of the kind that I'm talking about. And so this is what we've got, you know, so it may seem not enough, but it is the best that we have, that anybody has nationwide. Having said that, and not to put down the national work that we did, I'll say that of the boards that were part of the national study that I conducted, we had a large percentage of urban districts were part of that study. And I was able to disaggregate the data between urban districts and then smaller suburban and rural districts. And we found the same correlation results for urban districts. So we found the same kind of positive effects on the use of balanced governance for urban districts as we did for other districts. So that's been confirmed. And then again, not to create confusion, but the more recent studies also included all urban districts in those states. I just wanted to be completely transparent, though, in saying that, you know, even though you can take a Portland, Oregon, the largest school district in the state of Oregon, as part of that study that was conducted this year, it's still not going to look big, you know, compared to a Clark County. But I'm sure you understand that.
I do. I appreciate that clarification. Thanks for answering that question.
Thank you. Trustee Stevens?
Hi, Dr. Ellsbury. Thank you so much for submitting your proposal. One of the things that we have to think about when we're looking at this is going to be cost. It is a big factor for us. So my question is more about that. We, we have some money set aside in a budget already for a current contract that we're in, but should this board decide to make a change there, and should this board decide to start a conversation with you to move forward, would you be open to negotiation? And the reason why I ask is because it would be phenomenal to be able to pull funds from this existing budget without having to spend more, if possible. We're pretty close to where you're at, but not quite. So I'm just wondering if you would be open to negotiating on cost.
Yeah, absolutely, I would be. And in providing the proposal, the other thing that I'll note is that I put into the proposal everything that I thought you might be interested in. So it's I kind of covered the waterfront with this proposal. So these are all the services that I provide, as well as some kind of, I would even call them somewhat new services in terms of the superintendent selection portion of the thing. So not only am I open to negotiating with the district, but also there are some of the services that you could say, well, we can wait, we can pause on this. And one I would say in particular, and a way to think about this is, for example, in service number, service that is talking about the superintendent evaluation, of which there are a couple of sections of the proposal on that. Of course, with a new superintendent that you'd be hiring, you wouldn't be looking at doing that evaluation for them until the end, of their first year. And so that would really take us into next year, the next fiscal year. And so some of these services are designed to span several years, and therefore the bottom line cost, it should really be thought of as a multi-year cost rather than a single year cost.
Thank you, Dr. Ellsbury.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. Hello, Dr. Alsbury. The first question that I have is, you mentioned that we previously had, a contract or, something with you. When was the last year that we had that?
Boy, I would be guessing. I don't remember. Maybe the president can give us an exact date if she remembers. It was at least 3 years ago, wasn't it, President Cavazos?
I'm going to ask Trustee Cavazos to answer that question.
Dr. Ellsbury, I just wanted to say that we elected a new president last night, so it is President Bustamante Adams. So it's okay.
I'm sorry.
I know that's okay from past relationships. I understand. I believe that the last interactions that we had with you on that was 2019, if I'm not mistaken. But don't quote me on that, because we did have several trainings, and there were a lot of revisions to policies that were done at that time.
So time flies. So it was even longer than I had been thinking myself. So about 5 years, I guess.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask our board liaison. I don't know if you have an answer to that question.
Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Joe Caruso for the record. So we did actually use Dr. Alsbury. I want to say it was during the onboarding when we had the previous trustees come on. I think Dr. Alsbury, it was during COVID, and we did the training at Southwest CTA, which I think was December of 2020.
21, right?
So that would have been the beginning, because 21 would have started their 4-year term.
Right.
So I think that's the last, and we rolled that into, we did some trainings in the spring of 21, and I want to say we were at the Public Ed Foundation, if memory serves, where we did the group activities with the butcher paper and kind of tagged goals and et cetera. So I want to say beginning of 2021. So I do remember us still being in COVID.
For the revision, we had different time periods of where this training was taking place.
Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Cavazos, to your question, correct. So we had There was onboarding that we did with the new trustees, and then there was training for the whole board, and then there was where we started working with the board
Right.
through, I want to say, the spring of '21.
Right. I just wanted to clarify that because it is a little bit confusing. And we just want to remind Joe that he doesn't have to go through all those names again. We were trying to save you some breath here, Joe. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. My follow-up question to that is that you mentioned that there's been a lot of revisions. So I'm wondering if you have recently seen, what we have and what we're working with, and from going to 100% in 2020, what percentage do you believe we are now on the work that you helped us with?
I think there's been I've looked at the current policies, and I think there was quite a bit of revision done to the policies to move away from what I had recommended initially to the district. So I don't know if I had to guess. I would say maybe 70% has been changed, and in general, what I'm seeing, and I'm happy to get the comments from Mr. Caruso and Trustee Cavazos, but on their opinion on this. But it appears that in large part the change had been to kind of generalize the policy. So I had given much more specific, detailed guidelines on implementation steps that the board would take, and the change that I'm seeing is that the policies have been reverted back to what would be a much more kind of general language that doesn't provide the specificity that I had initially recommended.
Thank you. And then the last question that I have is, do we know if there is a cost if we were able to cancel, I think this is for Joe, our contract with the Council of Great City Schools?
Madam President, if I could, thank you very much. John Okazaki, General Counsel. I just need to advise the board respectfully that the agreement we have with the Council of Great City Schools is not on before you for any deliberation or action. So it'd be my advice not to ask any questions or discuss any terms of or what you want to do or may want to do with that agreement. It's really included only as a reference so you know what you currently have.
So for clarification, there's a possibility that there's an action today to add another type of training and have at the same time the other contract.
You
So
have
we'll
the
have
other,
two.
you have the existing contract with Council of Great City Schools. If your discussion involves anything involving doing anything to that agreement, you need to agendize that item.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Ellsbury. Thank you so much for joining us. My question was, and Trustee Zamora touched on this a little bit. I want to hear, I guess, I've seen videos from the past. I've gone back and looked at past board meetings. I want to know, I guess, what happened to the point where we apparently had your data and your plan, and essentially a lot of things were redacted from that plan. And so I just want to make sure that the public is aware of what happened in the past, and just kind of like a brief summary of that.
Well, I'll tell you what I know, and that may be not a lot. Okay, so but I'll be happy to share from my end what I know. From my perspective, I was working with the board, and then received. I remember I was traveling internationally to work with some boards overseas. And received a phone call from the then a member of the Nevada School Board Association. I thought that at the time it was strange to receive the call because I didn't know this person and hadn't spoken to them before. And they asked me specifically about my work with Clark County. Not too long after that, then I was notified by the district, Clark County District, that the upcoming training would include my training, but also adding some other training from the association, which was fine. And then not too long after that, it was sort of an informal discussion, I would say. I've tended to be very flexible with my agreements, and the agreements that I write allow districts to, get out of the agreement with me. I've always felt like if the district isn't interested in using balanced governance, then I don't want to press that. I don't want to force them to pay for something they don't want. And quite frankly, and I say this very humbly, I really don't want the district saying that they're using balanced governance if they're not using it. And so I just kind of backed away and was not invited then to continue the training or to move forward with any additional training. And that's kind of all I knew about it from my perspective.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Oh, Trustee Barron, and then I'm also I've noted Trustee Henry as well.
Dr. Oliver, it's good to see you again. Lately I don't get to do too much research, but I remember about this time last year when I was doing research, I was trying to match up what had given to me in a big old binder for balanced governance, and I happened to notice that a lot of that stuff just wasn't matching up with what I saw, and I was puzzled because, we have TM, trademark, all over our board policy, and I'm not sure if it's actually, the real deal. Coke and New Coke and Classic Coke. I'm not sure if we were classic board governance. I would just I have the question over here for service number 10, governance policy and handbook review and revision. So I guess I'm to read that you'll be able to come in and actually work with us to revise our board policy, which I think there's a lot of people in the community. I know there's a lot of people out here who are listening who they question many things that happen, of course, and have happened over the time. So you'll be able to come in and we actually get the actual guy who's done the research to sit down with us and chart a course forward. That's a service that you're also offering, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Hey, I guess that answers my question. I don't have a pennant here, but if I did, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Henry?
Thank you, Dr. Alsbury. I don't want to sound redundant, but I've heard that the policies have changed over the time. And I just wanted to hear from you. Do you feel that we are is our board operating more policy-based or balanced governance?
Yeah, I would say that from the perspective, and of course, I want to give the caveat that I haven't gotten on and actually watched your board meeting in action and that kind of thing. And of course, I'm not there in the district. But from how your policies are currently drafted, I would say that it's more of a policy governance approach. It doesn't appear to be as much of a balanced governance approach. And the biggest issue with the difference that is between those two, that a lot of folks that may be listening wouldn't recognize what that means. The difference is the policy governance approach tends to be more superintendent centric. That is, that the superintendent is more directive and dictates more of what the board should do. And by design, when you're operating under that system, what you want to do is you generalize the policies, the governance policies, so that it gives more freedom and more control, frankly, to the superintendent and less of a role to the board. The balanced governance policies are more specific because they are attempting to really clearly delineate that the board does have a significant role in a variety of the areas of decision making, and so that it doesn't become what we would call a disengaged or rubber stamp board that would be more heavily controlled and dictated to by the superintendent. And so that's how I would describe the difference. And so from the looks of your policy, it looks like more of a superintendent directed governance scheme with less of a role for board.
Thank you so much for clarifying. I appreciate that.
I'm not sure who's in the queue, but we all have a turn. Okay, thank you. Trustee Lorena?
Good evening, Dr. Ellsbury. Good to see you again. Speaking of similarities and differences, considering that these services have been used in the past and we still ended up with the board that we did, would you still recommend a repeat of the same trainings you provided then, or is there something different this time around?
Yeah, I would recommend the same training because, in my opinion, the reason that you didn't have the impact, the positive impact, is because balanced governance was never really implemented. The training was done. There were some of the beginning parts put into place, but before there was an opportunity to really implement the program, the program was then changed. And so, you know, with any program, that's the way it's going to be, that if the board and the district is not committed to following the program, then you're not going to reap the benefits from it. And so I believe that's why it didn't work the first time. And I believe that if the board is committed to moving forward and being faithful to it, and that would require a commitment from every board member. In whatever training I do, I always remind any board that I work with that it's fine to receive training, and it's okay for everybody on the board to think that, oh, this is, you know, balanced governance looks like a good model, but the real positive impact is going to come when you start implementing it. And if individual board members at that point choose to say, well, I no longer want to follow in a balanced way. I want to have more power than my fellow board members. I want to exercise power leverage with my board members, which is kind of the old-fashioned policy governance way of doing things. Then the system falls apart. And so I try to make it really clear that we have to be together, the whole board, and committed, all of us, to moving forward in this new balanced way together if we're going to see the positive results.
Thank you. Trustee Ramona?
Dr. Alsbury, not everyone has been exposed to some of your research. One of the things I think we need to, aside from giving ourselves the, training as trustees, can you share with all of us and our community how you involve our community and get input from the families as part of that? I know you do a lot of surveying and that type of thing, if we chose to go with that service. But I would like to hear that, because that's a piece we're trying to regain trust, rebuild relationships. Thank you.
Yes. First, I think, and in the proposal, you'll note that I include the option in the proposal to include training for the executive leadership team. So as a first step, it's not enough for the board to commit to a balanced governance approach, this effective approach. But second, the superintendent has to commit to it. If you don't have a superintendent who's interested in, serving in particular roles that in our research we found to be effective, then again, it won't work. And so that's the first step. And it's very easy for superintendents to circumvent the balanced governance approach if they just choose not to follow it. The second piece is that the superintendent's leaders, the people that work with the superintendent or directly are supervised by the superintendent, have to understand what it is and how the board is governing, so that they can support the board and also reinforce what the board is trying to do. And so that's critical. In terms of when we talk about, and to your point with this idea of surveys from the community perspective, this is part of the superintendent evaluation, and part of the proposal, and that you include in your strategic goals opportunities of more than one kind of survey to various constituents, including the community, and that data be part of the measurable data that's used in the superintendent's evaluation. And so through that, the board has a very clear view of how the community feels about how the district is doing, and how the superintendent is doing. And the evaluation itself, which I'm offering, is very different than a typical superintendent evaluation or a typical board evaluation, in that rather than asking relatively generic questions like, how is the superintendent's leadership? Strongly, the superintendent's leadership is strong, it's medium, it's weak. These are kind of general questions that don't give us a lot of specifics on what is strong or what is weak or what is moderate about the leadership, or what specifically needs to change about the leadership. The different in my model, the evaluation gives, first of all, insists on there being data, including from the community, that's brought into that. And then secondly, that the evaluation tool itself is very directly designed to measure progress on strategic goals that you've identified as the most important ones, with accompanying measurable data that go along with that the board and superintendent have agreed to in advance. And so that's where the surveying element would come in.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos?
Thank you. And I don't know how much time we have to talk to the consultant, so I'll try to make this as brief, Dr. Osbury, as possible. During a recent training in Reno that I believe all 4 new trustees attended, plus 3 of our experienced trustees, you and President Beth Smith of the School Board of Washoe County, and also I believe it was the superintendent, Joe Ernst, I believe, you presented a 3-pronged presentation of the perspectives from each of you on how you successfully used balanced governance to select a new superintendent. Can you give us a brief overview of that? Because I had never seen anything like that. And as you know, this board, one of our largest tasks, the most important task we're going to have coming up, is to select a new superintendent very shortly. So if you wouldn't mind, we'd love to hear that.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for asking about that. Certainly, it was a great joy for me to be able to, I felt like the stars of that presentation were the board president and the superintendent. But again, with some of the great questions that you've asked tonight, this is all a process. And so I mentioned Washoe as one of the districts that I would point to that I think we've been successful at, but it is a process. So even as the Washoe board and I work together on their governance, there was a missing piece in that. And they found a time, that where they were hiring a new superintendent. And I guess the mistake, if we'll call it that, was the not including their balanced governance approach process into the selection of their superintendent. And so what happened was they picked a superintendent who didn't agree with balanced governance, who wanted to control the board, who didn't want the board to have a significant role in decision making. And as a result of that, the work that the progress they had made, they kind of stalled a little bit, I guess you'd say. And so after that situation occurred and that superintendent left the district, the board president contacted me and said, we've got to change that, Tom. We have to find a way to incorporate our governance, the Washoe governance model, balanced governance, into the selection of the superintendent. And of course, that was a little tricky because I didn't think it was, and neither did the president, Smith, think it was a good idea for me to directly infuse myself into that process. That's a choice of the board, by the board, not by a consultant, or anybody from outside the district. So after discussing quite a bit, what the decision is that I would be invited to, first of all, let me back up, that the first step would be that the Washoe district would talk with their consulting firm that they had hired to do their superintendent search and let them know that they insisted that any candidate, any finalist that came to them for the final choice for superintendent of 4 or 5 finalists, typically it is, that they would understand that the Washoe board uses balanced governance, that is what they're going to use with the new superintendent, and that the new superintendent or new prospective superintendent would need to understand what balanced governance was and be willing and interested in coming to the district under that, condition. And so in order, the superintendent search firm that they hired was in agreement. This has not been done, to my knowledge, anywhere else. I think this was a precedent-setting move by the Washoe board. The superintendent search firm that they hired has done searches every year in hundreds of districts, said they've never heard of this being done before, but they were very excited about it. And so I met with them over virtually and trained them, explained to them through a training on balanced governance. They found it to be very much in sync with their beliefs, their values, what they hope for their new candidates that work with their company. And so then the next stage from my part was that I was then asked to individually provide one-on-one training to the 5 finalists for the job. That was optional. The finalists did not have to accept the training, and that training was done completely privately. It was just between me and those candidates, and I did not communicate in any way to the Washoe district, any of the board members, the president, or anyone else about that training, anything that was discussed or any response or reaction that I had. I didn't give any suggestion or recommendation on who the board should hire at all. The idea was simply to allow the finalists to understand, because it's a two-way street, that they don't want to accept a job where they can't live with that style of governance. And so, in fact, one of the candidates removed themselves from candidacy after the training. Now, none of us know Whether they did that because they realized it wasn't a good fit for them, we don't know that. But that's how we did that. In addition to that, the board included questions in their interview question about balanced governance approach to governing, and to try to ascertain whether the candidates were open to that governance model and could work within that governance model. So that's a very short version. President Smith is very meticulous and very detail oriented, as you probably remember. Trustee Cavazos, I think she had 30 steps that were included or something like that in it, and there's a PowerPoint, that shows all those. But that's a summary. If I miss something, let me know. I can expand further. But I think that was generally my role in it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ellsbury. And we were able, Trustee Bustamante Adams and myself and Joe, to bring the packets from that presentation and to provide them to all the trustees. And I believe they all have that now. And so thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Trustee Henry?
Thank you so much for providing the history of the relationship with the district. This has been very helpful. Is it possible to get a copy of the policies that you intended for this board to be operating under before you got a co-author? Because that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think that, I'll look through my files and see if I still have a copy of them. I probably do, but I'm wondering, if I could, I don't know, maybe Joe Caruso would have this answer. Is there any, do you save any of those policies from the past, Joe, or are those just deleted when there's revisions made and they're lost to history? Because you might have, I'm just saying, so if you've already got them, if you can roll back to 5 years ago, when those were in place or so, you could more directly, link that to the board members. But
Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Henry, to your question. So all the policies, way back to even 2016, when we first met Dr. Ellsbury and started working on the transition from policy governance to balanced governance, they're all on board docs, because everything has to be a notice of intent. So it would come to the board with the revisions that were proposed. Back then, we would underline and have a footnote on the side of where the additions, deletions are. So all that stuff is archived in board docs. And then every time a board policy, we follow the same for district policies and regulations. We do the notice of intent, and then we bring it back for final amendment, which is final approval. So it comes twice. And then the board would vote on it both times before it's adopted and put into the binder, so to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Caruso.
Okay, our last person that I see is Trustee Zamora, and we do have another, we have the National School Board Association on the line as well. So, Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Trustee Cavazos, because that was really great to go through the process and understand why that's so important. I think we've tried to start a lot of process, and we're always at different pages, but I think this is the year that we can all get on the same page. And I appreciate you putting the coaching consultant deliverables in that package and in your proposal. I actually do have a question for Ms. Valerie, who I know is on the phone. Like we mentioned many times, there's a lot of us that are new. We were not here when the separation with NSBA happened, so I was wondering if we could also get some history on how that separation happened and why.
Okay, so I think that we are done with our discussion with Dr. Ellsbury, and if we can just want to express our gratitude. Thank you for getting on the line with us. We will now transition to the National School Board Association. And I don't know if does Dr. Osbury have to get off before, or does he stay on? Okay. All right. Miss Valerie, did you hear the question?
I did. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I did hear the question. The question related to the separation from NSBA.
That is
I've
correct.
actually been with I've actually been with NSBA for 28 years, and I've always been in membership with NSBA. To my recollection, it was just a board decision. There was not a particular situation or issue that came about. The membership in NSBA is a district decision, and so there was no communication that indicated there was any particular reason. I think it may have just been a board decision at that time.
Thank you for that. And Joe, to clarify, that was in 2005?
Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustees and more to your question, yes. Ms. Carty verified that their database did change several times since 1996 when we first joined as a National Connection member. But Ms. Carty, correct me if I'm wrong, based on the correspondence, that the last time CCSD renewed their membership was in 2005.
So follow.
That is correct. And I will, sorry.
No,
I will tell you that NSBA is a federation model, and so at that time, if your state association was not currently a member of NSBA, then districts could not participate. And I know Nevada has always been a small association. At one point, the association had like a part-time executive director. They had a temporary executive director. And so if during that time period between 2005 and now that did occur, that could have also been one of the reasons.
Thank you, Ms. Valerie. And a quick follow-up question. When was CUBE initiated? And I'm, for some background and context, CUBE was in Las Vegas here, and it is for the bigger urban districts. It's a great conference. It's based on, school boards and trainings, provides really great trainings. Some of us were able to attend. But I'm curious to see when they initiated, because I think that's also a great opportunity for us to look at.
Sure. NSBA was initiated in 1940, and CUBE, as a program, the Council of Urban Boards of Education, actually came about in 1967. And so it has been a program that has been very focused on urban districts around the country. We do know, as an organization and in general, that most of the country has rural districts, but we wanted to create a program during that time period that focused on the densely populated areas, as well as the students and families and communities that may have some socioeconomic or be underserved. It's been going strong and it's been growing since that time period.
Thank you so much for that.
Are there any other trustees in the queue that would like to ask questions on the proposal? Trustee Ramona.
Okay. Thank you for being so patient, because you waited.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I guess I'm really going to go back to research. So what is your research based upon? Is it case studies? What is the model that you guys would actually present to us? And what is that research?
You're talking in terms of the key work of school boards, or just the training in general? I wanted to kind of just clarify for that.
Yes, the clarification with my question is because we're really looking as a new board to revisit our policies, to really understand balanced governance. So that's what I wanted to know, is what is the research that you guys utilize to provide that PL?
Sure. So the key work of school boards, which is an NSBA publication, was actually created because as a national organization that focuses on school districts and school board members, we've actually worked with various entities over time to develop this particular publication, which focuses on student achievement. It focuses on the core areas of vision, accountability, policy, community leadership, and governance team relationships. And so we actually have a research arm at NSBA. We have the Center for Public Education. We have a great researcher currently on staff, and the Center for Public Education has been in existence for quite some time. So some of our research has come from relationships with entities such as K-12 Insight, American Enterprise Institute. NSBA in 2010 actually did a survey related to school board governance and focused on school board governance. We also did a follow-up survey related to the school board of tomorrow and the demographic of a school board with K-12 Insight, which has its own researchers. From time to time, we've also done some research with local colleges and universities, but we focus it around what is the work that you as school boards should be doing? What is your purpose? What is your role? It is an important role because every student in your district, if you think about it, they're your student, whether you have a child at home or whether you don't. Community engagement is definitely a huge part of that because you cannot be successful if you don't partner with your parents, with your community, with your businesses to grow up and raise up the students and the staff within your districts. So, and one of the things we're actually doing too, we announced it this year, is that we're actually working with Howard University and their School of Education to offer an academy, an urban academy for school board members from around the country. You don't necessarily have to be an urban district, but it focuses on superintendent evaluation. It focuses on your policies. It focuses on your relationships. So we're also really excited to do that as well.
Thank you for that detailed information. And I will say I was a participant in the conference that was in Vegas in the summer, which I really felt very valuable and enriching. And I want to just say, we can be creative here as a board, and we can make choices considering maybe we revisit a membership with NASB, but maybe we receive training from someone that is based in research. So, and I'm not trying to add the tally because we don't know what other options we have at this time. But I just wanted to throw that to the group. It's not a one or the other. It could be a and or. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the queue? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Dr. Alsbury. Thank you, Valerie. Appreciate your staying on the phone. I know that it's a different time zone, maybe for one or the other, but thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Does any of the trustees have additional questions for Mr. Caruso?
One for the attorney.
Yeah. Trustee Cavazos, I think, no? Trustee Dominguez.
My apologies. My question was directed for our attorney. So just to be clear, the vote that or the motion that we put today will not affect the contract that we currently have with Greater City Schools. And that needs to be at a different time.
Yes, thank you very much. John Okazaki, General Counsel for the record. Yes, that's absolutely correct. If there's an intent to do anything in regard to the agreement with the Council of Great City Schools, it would simply be, let's put this on the next agenda. That's the only thing you can do.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Johnson?
Yeah, similar line of thinking. I guess this is the place. Is this the place we can have some discussion about what we want to do next?
That is accurate, as long as what our legal counsel said, it's not covering the Council of Great City Schools.
Absolutely. So I'm going to choose my words carefully because I want to make sure that we, stay within, don't go run afoul of the law. Maybe we have the wrong order of operations, right? Because if there's something that needs to be undone, if we take an action today and it adds on to the thing that we already have, and we're unsure if we can undo what we already have, then we end up in a position where we have two two things that are useful, but we're paying twice. So I'm just saying, again, we can make whatever decision we need to make today, but we also have to be thoughtful of what we already have in our stable and like, is this the right choice to make right now versus making it when we can do all the things at once and go through a full process? So that's just the question I'm putting out for us, not and with no regard to what we should select.
Thank you. Trustee Stevens?
So I appreciate that because I was going to say the same thing. I was kind of thinking that. I think, too, that it might, there's one of the factors I brought up was cost, right? And so when we're thinking about, we have to let our liaison here know what budget to pull it from. And so if we already have money budgeted for this service that we're already paying for, if we were to decide to discuss and make an action, then we would need to, then we would be able to see the funds that are still there. Can we use those? Can we negotiate with whoever we decide on? I don't know that we've done things in the right order either, not purposefully by any means, but that said, am I allowed to make a motion to move this?
Yes, I'll entertain that, but we have Trustee Dominguez. I don't know if you have a comment and Trustee Cavazos, so.
I had a comment, but what Trustee Stevens brought up was very, very poignant. That does seem like that would need to be discussed first and then placed around at this, but I'm also kind of torn because we do have a superintendent search. We do have a lot of things coming up. I don't want to waste time. I believe we should move forward in making a decision. But I still have a comment regarding these two programs. I do think, I kind of got sidetracked with Trustee Stevens, I'm sorry, but I do think we should make a decision today based on our governance, and then at a later time, as the attorney advised, decide on Greater City Schools.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you. And I'm going to echo both Trustee Stevens and Trustee Dominguez in that I want to remind the board that our balanced governance and our governance model is going to affect everything that we do going forward. So as our attorney pointed out, we do have to be cognizant of the fact that that is a separate entity and a separate thing. So it is not exactly that we're going to be paying twice for things. It's just that that has to be addressed separately. So in making a decision tonight, I want to then refer to Trustee Esparza-Stoffergan as far as that it doesn't have to be all or nothing. You can be kind of like what we call, like kind of like our board, like a hybrid model here. So, we can look at rejoining an SBA, which I'm highly in favor of. They have a lot of great services they're offering. But we can also look specifically at the task that we are looking at right now, which is to get on board with a balanced governance model, because we are not doing balanced governance right now. We just aren't, and we haven't been. So I would be advocating for selecting and making selecting Dr. Alsbury, and I would like to make a motion at this time to accept his proposal. And Joe, you're going to have to help me out with this so that I don't word it incorrectly, and to request that we also include in that motion a budget request. So is there anything I've left out?
I have Trustee Stevens on her motion first, so
Okay,
and then I will accept the second if it matches. And I know that I have
That's why I was
Trustee
asking.
Barron in the queue. Do you have a question or did you have a comment?
Well, I have a question actually for us to consider each person. Right now, with what our situation is, we're in a triage. In listening to my colleagues here the other day, I know that many of them have been elected with the idea of change. I would say that the change that we need, if you've been given the same packet that I have, and I still have my 3-ring binder, I take it everywhere I go, it's sitting there in my truck. I know I've used it and respected it as much because that's what I was given. But make no mistake, that board policy is not the board policy that was presented by Alsbury and this board was trained on. It was changed unilaterally by a previous member of this board, and we don't actually have a working board governance policy that we can actually even be trained on just based on that, okay? I think right now, the wisest course of action would be to accept this proposal by Dr. Alsbury so we could actually get to a working, a bona fide, definitely research-based board policy, board governance policy that we could begin to put into effect, begin to implement, and each and every one of us study it and actually put it into action. Then after a few months, if my colleagues all decide, hey, I think we should move in a different direction, right? We can do that, or incorporate, as the colleagues have pointed out, we can incorporate the NASB or whatever else you wanted to do. But right now, the way it's written, we do not have a coherent governance policy, and I think the wisest thing for us to get up and running is to take this proposal. I'm sorry, Trustee Stevens made a fantastic point to which that the fellow is actually willing to work with us hand in hand and even negotiate the price with us. I think that's I think we're not going to get as flexible as that. You know, I myself, I tried to be as flexible as possible. We need to be nimble, but we need to have a working board governance policy from which to base the future policies of and actions of this board. And I'm not willing to wait 3 to 6 months to figure that out. I think it can be implemented much quicker. And if there was such thing as a third, I think I would be thirding it. But I guess we really don't need a third.
Thank you. Are there any more comments from trustees? And Trustee Dominguez?
Sorry, I did have a comment and then I diverted a little. So I guess my comment is to the new board. I did a lot of extensive research on this. I've read Dr. Alsbury's book, Balanced Governance, and I was pretty impressed by having the superintendent have a matrix of an evaluation. All of the things he provided. It wasn't just, it wasn't just like a fill in the box kind of a thing. It went deep into evaluating the superintendent. So I thought that was very impressive. All of his data was very, very, very specific, very detail oriented. Even going into the data that we receive and how we tell the board what data and how to place the data and how to orient the data to us. As we previously saw with the graduation rates data, I mean, there's things that we can do that just forces us to go through all of that processes. I did read AJ Crabell's book, also Great on Our Behalf, and his message was, it really touched on adult behavior, and so I didn't see anything wrong with the message. I didn't see as profound of a research that I received from Dr. Alsbury's data and Dr. Alsbury's book, and saw the extensive research he has behind him. As far as the National Schools Board Association, I do want to remind the board there was a letter in September of 2021 that is a 6-page letter that the National School Boards Association sent out to the president. And I mean, in this, there's one part here. Acts of malice, violence, threats against public school officials have increased the classification of heinous actions that could equivalent to a form of domestic terrorism and hate crimes. Essentially, it was labeling parents as domestic terrorists. And I do want to, give them some credit. A month later, they did send out another letter to all their members saying that they regret and apologize for that letter. But that letter did go out to the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, and it did create a federal resource funds to go after parents for speaking at the boards. So I would caution my colleagues to have the National School Board Association develop our governance policies. If we want to discuss a membership later, that's fine. But I would highly encourage, I highly encourage Dr. Ellsbury. I cannot tell what side of the aisle he is from. I cannot tell what ideology he is, and I like that about him. I like that he is balanced as a person, and he tries to maintain that. And his models really show no matter what part of the aisle you have, you still have a balance, and it retains our power as a board so that we have the power and not the superintendent. And so I definitely want to make sure that we retain that. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Stroffigan?
Okay, I'll try to make it brief. I appreciate, Trustee Dominguez, your comments to bring a different perspective because we get an abundance of documents to read through, and I think that's important that you highlighted that for us to consider with all things. And I appreciated your last comment because we witnessed the change of power, and we see a consequence of that. So what I want to bring is back our attention to, we expect our classroom teachers and our administrators and every educator to use research-based practices. And so I think we need to really hold our own selves accountable to doing the same. And because we don't have anything different, I pulled up the governance policies we have. That's what we do. GP 17, item number 3, I want to remind us as a board, it states currently that we should be including an extensive board policy review shall be conducted every 2 years following the legislative session to ensure compliance with legislative changes. We are coming up on that. It is time. What an opportunity for us to take the moment and seize it and get it right. So I don't know if there was a second to Trustee Stevens' motion.
No, she hasn't
didn't
made
make
it.
the, She didn't make a motion?
Yes, not yet. I'm going to, if we're done
Come
with
back.
questions,
Okay.
I'm going to, I think that Trustee Cavazos may be interested in doing the second, but Trustee Stevens, if you could make your motion, please. Or you don't want to anymore?
Well, I know what I was gonna motion, but you guys have made some very good points. So I am going to make a motion, but it's gonna be a little different than what I had planned. I would like to make a motion to take our current contract with Greater City. But I want to add it to next agenda. I want it.
So,
Oh, you can't?
That's a whole process.
John Okazaki, General Counsel, it's not by motion, so you can indicate,
Oh.
you can indicate nothing's gonna happen. It's not decided that it's gonna be on the next agenda. You can indicate in comment that that's what you'd like to see happen, but then that's kind of where it stops. So it's not a motion.
No, we are in training, and so that's okay. Trustee Stevens, we are in training, so let's keep going because we need to all get this right, and so please proceed.
That's what I want. I'll request it.
I'll make a motion if we want to do this.
I have
Oh,
Linda
gosh,
in
I'm
the
sorry, I
queue.
did.
So I just want to make, let's stop for a second. So I think that Trustee Stevens, I want to make sure that I understood. You would like to see our Council of Great City Schools to be put on another agenda,
Yeah, next meeting.
the next
yeah.
meeting. Okay, that's what I heard.
Discussion and possible action.
For discussion, possible action. And so that's the direction that we're giving to our board liaison to be able to do that. Now, I believe that's the direction. Now, would you like to make a motion for anything else?
No,
Trustees, yeah, okay. So now I'm going to have Trustee Cavazos.
Repeat? Okay. I'm going to repeat my previous motion, and that was to accept the proposal from Dr. Ellsbury at this time, and to also request that there be a budget request for this item entered into.
Now, I just want to make sure for my edification, Trustee Cavazos, you are, your motion is to accept the proposal for Dr. Ellsbury.
Yes, it is, and I would ask our liaison right now if I need to specify that we are talking only about the initial 2-day, 4 to 6 hour presentation, or do we need to add in the specifics of any other ongoing training?
Madam President, members of the board, Intern Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Cavazos, I think it would be best to include, if the intent on the board is to do just a 2-day, or if it's the intent to do the 2-day plus the second proposal, and then know what the total amount is, so then we can go and say, this is what we're approved up to, and then that way there we can begin that process of trying to, one, A, submit a budget request to get the funding, and then B, reach out to Dr. Ellsbury and say we need to start working on some dates to start getting some training together. Because right now, not knowing which path you want to take really depends on how much, the path you take also equals how much you want to spend. I just need to know that amount.
Okay, well, here's the thing, is we haven't really had them. We had an opportunity to ask Dr. Ellsbury questions and to review all of these. So is it but there wasn't enough discussion, I don't feel, as far as looking at, we had all those different, additional trainings that were there. So would it be possible and would it be appropriate to be able to say that I'd like to make a motion to accept the initial 2-day training with the budget request for that 2-day training, which I believe was listed in our reference docs as $8,000, but he did say that and that includes travel expenses, if I'm not mistaken. But with Trustee Stevens' inquiry, he also said that he'd be willing to negotiate for that. Could I add in with the option of us deciding that we would want the additional trainings? Because honestly, we did not have a lot of discussion on those different things. So can we word it like that, or would that be unwieldy because of the budget request?
So I just, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Cavazos, so I want to repeat back what I heard. So the motion to approve the 2-day proposal for $8,000, but possibly include further training, I think that would, and I'm looking to Mr. Okazaki because I think we need to specify in the motion the amount so that we would have board approval to request the funding, because we're requesting funding from the general fund, we would need an actual amount for that, or an approximate, correct?
John Okazaki, General Counsel for the record, the motion has to be for an action tonight that's set. So in other words, you can accept the agreement for 2 days. You cannot say, and then if we decide to go further, because to go further, you'd have to bring it back to the board to decide to go further.
Okay, hold on.
So really the only thing, I think, the safest way to do this tonight for these two vendors is to go with one of the agreements. If you want to go with the 2-day, go with the 2-day. If you want to go with the longer one, go with the longer one.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Counsel. And again, thank you for your expert advice. So having heard that, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to accept Dr. Ellsbury's proposal. And I'm going to depend on Joe. I can't remember all your phraseology, Joe, but basically to request the budget proposal, including all the other different, what he called the different trainings that were listed 1 through, I don't remember. Deliverables. And at Madam President's discretion, since we didn't have a lot of discussion on that, can we have that motion, as we've done before, on the floor and allow my colleagues to ask some questions to clarify?
Yes, and
Okay.
so, Mr. Caruso, what did you hear? I want to make sure.
Thank you for saying that. Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. So Trustee Cavazos, and I apologize, and it's just, I need to make sure I have it in my brain. So when you say the proposal, the 2-day proposal is $8,000. The second proposal is $70,000. So total of 78. So if the idea is to accept the 2-day plus accept the second proposal, then the motion would be to authorize me to submit a budget request for $78,000 to cover both proposals. My question is, if all of those items though are what the board wants, and I think if I'm understanding correctly, I think having more time to understand what specifically the board wants on those items, because like Dr. Alsbury said, the superintendent evaluation, I mean, that's going to be down the road. So to pay $5,000 up front for that, plus the implementation service 9, which is the evaluation implementation, $14,000, that may be a year from now. So I think I just need to know clarity-wise, just to know exactly, because right now there's not the funding set aside for this. So just to know exactly what I'm to ask.
Okay, thank you, Joe. And so what I'd like to do at this time is I'd like to leave the motion on the floor, but to, I don't think the correct term is to table it, but to hold it on the floor, but giving deferment to the rest of my colleagues to be able to discuss this so that I may amend the motion if needed.
Okay, I think, Trustee Zamora. Oh, Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. If I could provide some advice, maybe we should approve the 2-day training, and then for a later or our next, maybe even later this month, set aside the comprehensive board governance service proposal portion of this, and that way we can discuss a timeline of what basically an a la carte, so what we need, how we would like it, and so that would probably give us time to be able to dive in and see, do we need all of these services? And I really appreciate Dr. Ellsbury's, willingness to be very frugal with us and have allow us to cut out some things, so that I really appreciate that. So if I could advise, we could change the motion to only do the 2-day training with the comprehensive board governance service proposal moved to a later time this month, preferably.
Okay, that's what I've.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
And that's exactly what I was trying to do. The very first motion was just for the 2-day, 8,000, with the budget request to be for the 8,000 that is quoted right now. Recognizing that Dr. Alsbury did say today that he would be open to negotiating that and making the budget request for that. So that was my original one, but then, not like it was your fault, Mr. Caruso, but then when you added in the other things, I wasn't sure what the rest of my colleagues wanted to do, and I didn't want to make a motion that was not going to be amenable to them.
So I'm going to come back to you, Trustee Cavazos, but I'm going to hear from, who's next? Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Cavazos, I know you mentioned Dr. Alsbury. We were praising him on what he did with Washoe County and doing the superintendent process. I am not sure if I missed it, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but the 2-day training does not include that.
No, I think you had, I don't think you were there. I think you had left already on the training, and I don't think you were able to be there for that. But that does not include that. But are you talking about the packet that we brought back for the people that were not able to attend? Or are you just talking about the 2-day training?
I was actually referencing what he was explaining of the process he did, because that part is included in the bigger package, in the bigger proposal. And I just want to make sure we're all clear that if we do 2-day training, we're not including that part where he will be doing work with the superintendent, well, a future superintendent, in those one-on-one meetings.
That's correct. That would not be in the initial 2-day training. And this is where we got bogged down to where I was trying to phrase it that were the options. But I'm going to have to agree with Trustee Dominguez, which she had said that we could go with the 2-day training, and then we need to address that other issue that we cannot talk about tonight at a different time, but that Trustee Stevens, if I'm getting everybody's names straight here, has requested to be on the next agenda available. So I don't see anywhere in here that we're not able to then add those things on when we need them. So right now, my motion is for the 2 days.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Who else is in the queue?
Emily.
Okay, Trustee Stevens.
So from what I'm looking at when I look at these packets and based on what we know, if I look at the 2-day training with Dr. Alsbury, a lot of it is very introductory. And my understanding is our trustees who have been here a little longer have already been through that part. And that we were just the newbies. We were just in NASB and Reno recently, where we got a very similar introductory. In my opinion, and this could be because I'm just, cheap is not a good word, but I don't like to spend money frugal. I don't like to spend money if I don't think we have to. In my opinion, I would really like to move forward with the big packet. I don't necessarily think we need the 2 days, and part of that reason too is because of what we're looking at in the budget. So if we did the math here, our liaison told us a little while ago when we first had this discussion that we were budgeted $150,000 for this service, but except it was with a different provider. Thank you. And so now we have spent a total of $64,233.50 with them. So when we do the math on what's left over, if we could negotiate with Dr. Alsbury on the big packet, and we didn't do the 2-day because I feel like we've already kind of gotten that introductory piece. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'm okay with it. But if we don't do that, we could probably get him very close, if not on the money, with what we already have budgeted for this. So we don't have to have any additional expenditure and still get this great service with Dr. Alsbury. So that's just food for thought. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I do apologize for keep making comments. So I guess my view is that he's going to basically overview from this 2-day conference, from what I'm reading here. It is important to know the why and to see the end goal. And I think it's really important to go through that 2-day process because we might not go through some of these services for another year. And so I think it's very important that we understand the process so we can best advocate to our constituents for it. So I would advocate for the 2-day training.
Yes, Mr. Caruso.
So, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Stevens, to your point, I understand where you're at, but I, if I may, I think if this may fill in a gap. So working with this board for on and off for 10 years in this liaison role, I can say that each of you's had different trainings in governance. So the original plan in 2016 was balanced governance. That was it. And then he would come back. We would do policy review, which is in policies. Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen said every 2 years. That was the plan. There's a model for the policy review, and there's also in there where it's required that you do balanced governance training. That was the plan. In 2017, we did a full executive leadership training where the whole board was there in the room with Dr. Alsbury, and this is balanced governance. You will follow balanced governance. We went away from that. 2020, we brought him back. He did the training for that group of members that came on the board in that election. So they were given onboarding in November. They received their training, and then 21, they started their 4-year term. 22, when we had Trustee Bustamante Adams and Trustee Zamora come on board, the Nevada Association of School Boards, as Dr. Alsbury said, went a different direction. So there was 2 different governance models, trainers that they brought in. And those are who trained Trustee Bustamante Adams and Trustee Zamora, if you remember the Debs. So that was that piece. So everyone's kind of had a different set. And then fast forward to the appointeds in 2024, they were trained by Council of Great City Schools in governance. So you really have so many different models that you've been trained with in the last decade that, and I serve at the pleasure of the board, but I would almost say that it might be good to start from scratch, get everyone back on the same page, and if this is the direction you want to go in, then say, okay, it might be worth. And I get the fiscal note, I 100% support that, but it might be good for everyone to hear the same thing at the same time and say, look, we're starting fresh. This is the direction we're going to go in, and let's move forward. So I hope that helped give some background.
Thank you. I think I have in the queue Trustee Lorena.
Yes. So I just wanted to add that I am in complete agreement to that point. I want to make sure I don't skip any building blocks when it comes to it. If the worst case scenario is that we review something we briefly touched on, this is all new to us or to me personally. So I don't mind sitting through something that might be a repeat. It'll just be a better contribution to my knowledge anyway. So I am absolutely for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan?
So I am in agreement. Thank you, Trustee Basade. I agree with you on that. I want to ask the maker of the motion, Trustee Cavazos, would you entertain, could we, instead of, we have the menu before us, but can we agree upon having the 2-day training and then giving Mr. Caruso a directive, because we know that Dr. Alsbury will be amicable, thank you, Trustee Stevens, to negotiate, not to exceed a certain number. So not to exceed 60,000. And then we can decide, well, after the 2-day, in the direction that we would go next. That's a thought.
Trustees Zamora, and then we'll go to Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree. I see what you're trying to say, Trustee Cavazos. I think one of my biggest concerns more than anything is that this can somewhat delay the superintendent search. So I want to ask our president to make sure like this is a priority once we get the 2-day started, and then considering, if we bring Dr. Alsbury for the superintendent process and all that, and working with our search firm, that be one of the biggest priorities, so we don't delay that process any longer. And that would be for the whole board too. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Yes, I commend my colleagues, Trustee Esparza-Straffigan. That is a great idea. And I think here it's just, again, it's not either yay or nay. And Mr. Caruso brought up a great point, and I wanted to also add to the point that Mr. Caruso made, is that not everybody, some of our appointed trustees were not able to attend Dr. Alsbury's specific training in NASB. So, again, if we need to all start on the same page, instead of somebody saying, well, that's not what I heard him say here, that's what I heard him say here, this would give us a really good foundation to get started on, and then we can deal with the issue of that other contract at the other agenda that Trustee Stevens, with tongue-tied here, requested. So I am amenable to the amendment that Trustee Esparza-Straffigan stated. I believe you said to set a limit of 60,000. Is that what you said?
Yes,
instead of
Trustee
70,000.
Trustee Cavazos. What I heard is that we go with option A, which is to do the 2-day training for 8,000, and then also go ahead with option B, which is up to 60,000 on the other deliverables.
That's correct, Madam President, with 60,000 as the cap, knowing that obviously we're going to need to speak to the consultant about this.
So, Mr. Caruso, I want to make sure you heard what we're saying before I entertain a second. Please repeat what we said.
Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Bustamante Adams, I heard, and again, want to make sure, and I appreciate it, to make sure I have it in my brain. So the motion is to approve the 2-day, $8,000 consulting proposal, and for a total cap of $60,000 for services. That includes the 2-day plus any other services, and then a agenda item would come back to determine what the other services would be. I'm looking at general counsel to make sure that's correct. Or if we approve the 60,000, then the board can then just say, this is the direction we want to take with the other deliverables.
Which
I think we just need to get clarified on that.
Thank you. John Okazaki, General Counsel for the record. I think what the motion should include is direction for your board counsel to finalize the agreement with the vendor to include the terms that you want. And my understanding of the terms is that you are authorizing the expenditure for the 2 days, plus is it an additional 60,000?
No.
For a total, so for the initial 2 days, plus additional services to a cap of 60,000. So if that's the motion, and it does pass, and then I would include that you would direct your board counsel to finalize the agreement with the vendor under those terms.
Great.
Yes.
Is that clarity for you?
My apologies. My
10 years.
apologies.
We're going to get there.
And I apologize, this may be me. So, but how do we know what the deliverables are?
Thank you, yes.
Yes, no, the way that I would draft the agreement would be that we are entering into this agreement and that it'll set forth the terms by which they can choose whatever terms they want.
Yeah.
Up to 60,000. So as far as how do they, as a board, choose what services to choose?
Mm-hmm. I think an agenda item would have to, forgive me for speaking out of turn. I believe an agenda item would have to come back for the board to agree on which services they want, because trustee A may not want the same as trustee B, but within the cap of 60,000. And I'm not trying to be difficult.
No,
I'm
I
just
don't.
trying to make sure I get that.
It's a very good
marching
point.
order.
I agree 100%. There is an out. You could designate somebody to represent the board and make those decisions in the contract, or otherwise you can bring it back to full board and make that decision. You could also do it by committee. You could, I can write whatever terms you want into the contract. So if we can creatively come up with a system that fits your needs, you tell me what it is and I'll put it in the contract.
Okay, does that help you, Mr. Caruso? No, keep going, because it is too crucial. We're either going to start right, and last time there was not clarity, and this is why we ended up here. So please, I want to make sure that you have clarity.
So I guess, and I appreciate that, so I guess my, and forgive me for skipping the formality, Madam President, but I think it would, I guess it would be helpful to know what the deliverables are that you want, so that when we negotiate with Dr. Alsbury and say, we're capped at 60,000 total with the 2 days, I know the first question is going to be, well, what deliverables does the board want? And then where do I go from there? So then I don't really have the authority to say, well, they want service 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because I don't know what I'm negotiating or asking general counsel to work on the contract piece, because that's kind of an open-ended.
And I'm going to ask Trustee Cavazos as the originator of the motion, because I think we have the answer for you.
I'm going to state that I appreciate what counsel is stating, and I believe that in the general sense of what we stated, that yes, that he could go ahead and make him, not make him, but have him go ahead and do that. But I'm also coming back to what Mr. Caruso has stated, which I think is the crux of the matter, is this has to come back to the board. This has to come back to the board so that we can direct on the specific deliverables. I think if we just go back to the foundation of what Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen had stated, is that we're going to go with the 2-day training, and then we are going to make the budget request for the 2-day training, including the deliverables that we'll later decide on, the cap is going to be 60,000. So I think that we can do both things, that our council can go ahead and serve as our representative on that, but it has to come back to the board as far as what we're going to decide on. So I think that Mr. Caruso is correct. Don't make me say that again.
Don't make me, right? But we got to get this right because it's going to be the base of where we're going to start. So Trustee Dominguez and then Trustee Barron.
Thank you. I need a little clarity on where we are in the motion because before I make my comments, if Joe. If you could-
And believe me, we will restate it.
Yeah, please.
But not right now. I'm going to
Okay.
ask Trustee Barron to give his comments, and then we're going to repeat what we make sure we heard before you make the vote.
I'm sorry, I still had a
Oh,
comment.
sorry.
Okay, I'll make
Thank
my
you.
comments. I'd just like to friendly reminder that we are going to have, some of these will happen this year, some will happen next year. So it's not like, we have like a $70,000 bill. And so, I appreciate Dr. Ellsbury's flexibility with that to just pay as we go, a la carte. And so that's great. So we can, if, you're looking at this with the entire bill, yes, it is 70,000, but it would be paid over time. So it's not like it's it's going to be a one bill all at once. So it would be over a year, 2 years. And so I would definitely implore to just move this issue to the end of January, to the next agenda item without the limitation of $60,000. I think that puts a cap. And I think that discourages Dr. Ellsbury from working with us. I think we shouldn't put a number on it, but we should allow flexibility with that.
So that would be another motion. So we would have to ask Trustee Cavazos about that. But Trustee Barron?
It's getting kind of late. For me, 9 o'clock is the new 12. Both ladies made a lot of sense. I was going to suggest that we be presented by we approve this to get it through the gate there, and actually let Professor Ellsbury actually submit to us maybe 3 different packages, like the right now we should do, and then like later on what we can do, and we could come back in a couple of weeks and approve one of the packages. And of course, it wouldn't be that hard to. Again, as the very wise colleagues pointed out, we're not going to need to do the superintendent evaluation anytime soon. And that's just one, like for instance, would be like the package that he would put, hey, for next year, here's would be like the year 2 part. I think he has enough experience that he could recommend to us what would be the deliverables he'd like us to go through like right now, and we could probably definitely be under the 60 grand, on these, and with the option for the phase 2. And it's not like I need to go to the bathroom or anything like that, but time is. I'm beginning to get kind of a little bit confused here. I've been a teacher for 30 years, and I'm hitting a wall here. That's just me. I'm beginning to hit a wall. And I don't take great notes anymore because I was trusting ChatGPT and it let me down. So I would prefer us to go ahead and approve this contract and then have this almost sounds like another motion, and I don't want to go there because I don't want to go on another motion. I think my head will probably explode. But I think we approve this, right? And we actually let Dr. Ellsbury present to us a couple of packages for phase 1 and phase 2, and that's just my wording. Did I do it? I hope that wasn't another motion.
No, I'm not going to, because we're going to stick with, we do have a motion
Thank you
on the
so very
floor.
much.
So, Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. I am willing to second Trustee Cavazos' motion. Wow, I'm tired. If she would just repeat it one last time so I can just make sure, and I'm good to second it. I'm sorry.
Which one would you like me to repeat? Okay. I was just reminded by someone who I respect greatly that it does say that in the proposal, and this is just my comment, I'm not repeating the motion yet, okay? Selected deliverables from, let me put my glasses on. Selected deliverables from the list provided in the proposal as designated by the board. It's already included in there. So my motion is to accept Dr. Alsbury's proposal, which includes the 2-day training with the selected deliverables to be decided by the board and for the budget request to be made for no more than a cap of $60,000, which does include the 2-day introductory training.
We got there.
We got there.
I will second that motion.
I was going to say thank you. You second it.
Okay, so I have a first from trustee Cavazos. I have a second from trustee Zamora. And thank you. I'm going to repeat it one more time for myself because it's to accept Dr. Ellsbury's proposal, which includes the 2-day and the ability to negotiate. I'm not saying the exact word, ability to negotiate the deliverables. Determine deliverables, and that the budget be no more than $60,000 for both. Budget request. All right. So now we are going to cast our vote. Which I can't cast my vote. I'm sorry, but the thing doesn't let me cast my vote. Okay, thank you. I have, we're going to wait for our IT person to get. Okay, I have a 7-0 on that, and I think that is worth a celebration because that took us a while, but thank you. So it's 7-0, and that is unanimous. So thank you. Now I don't even know where we are, but I think we're on 5.01. Is that where we are? Okay, and that's public comment. We do have public comment. And we are, Tim Underwood, are you still in the audience? How about Dr. Beamel and then Vicki Kreidel? Yep. And then do we have a Miss Lomas? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Tiffany Beamel for the record. I have worked for some great administrators in my time in CCSD, and some, But the great ones have been fantastic, wonderful, amazing, hardworking, in the trenches with their teachers. My principal actually teaches a class with us, so he understands our day-to-day struggles in the literal sense. When I lament about the squirreliness of my freshmen, he understands exactly what I mean. The Review Journal published an article on December 19th that showcased the bloat of CCSD's administration. According to the numbers, the hiring of administrators outpaced teachers by 11%. Administrators are promoted up from the teacher ranks. Every time a bell rings, an administrator gets their office, and a classroom loses a teacher. It's kind of crazy if you think about it, because the promotion from within actually leads to losses for our students in the long run and more vacancies that need to be filled. Excuse me. I must also point out that a lot of these administrators are promoted up in the schools where they were teachers, which is not a great practice, and once upon a time, under different superintendents, this was not allowed. You had to leave your school of record and move to a new school where you could get a fresh start. This is how we lost the heart of Clark High School when he was promoted to administration back in 2009. Yet now, the common practice is to promote the once math teacher to be the new assistant principal in charge of discipline or budget or athletics. And this now once peer is in a supervisory position. It makes for awkward bedfellows and bad practice. Another problem with CCSD is the lack of experience in a lot of our administrators. 2 to 3 years in the classroom is not even close enough time to judge a veteran teacher, but that's a whole different ball of wax. The stringent requirements to get into the admin pool and the gaming of the system with the UNLV cadre is elitist and wrong. So many people with admin degrees from other schools are overlooked simply because they chose not to jump through that UNLV hoop. It's kind of a joke. Speaking of jokes, I would also like to take this opportunity to talk about the Master CCSD calendar. For years, teachers have been begging you all to pay attention to the fact that we need a staff development day to start the second semester. The computers are sluggy and slow, our classrooms and Canvas need to be set up, and we need that time to prepare for our students. Without that day, teachers have to choose between using a day on their winter break to set up their classes or scrambling with students in the classroom to try to prepare as they teach. It's a difficult and tedious scenario for no reason. When we have a staff development day 3 weeks later, why not just give us the useless staff development day the first day of second semester so we can reset and prepare for the semester, seeing as the calendar's already messed up enough and we have to come back the day after Memorial Day anyway. When you vote for these calendars, please consider the actual people who have to work them and our day-to-day duties, because it's not really a break from work when we have to work or suffer the consequences of trying to wrangle 100+ teenagers with nothing prepared after they've been sleeping, eating, gaming, and doing nothing for 2 weeks straight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cradell?
Won't be nearly as funny, Dr. B. Good evening, trustees and interim superintendent Larson Mitchell. My name is Vicki Cradell. I'm the president of NEA of Southern Nevada, but more importantly, I've been a teacher for 22 years. Congratulations to the new trustees. Your constituents have put their trust in you to do what's right for the children of Clark County, because truly this is about our children. They are the future leaders of our city, state, and country. They deserve to have a high-quality education that isn't centered around standardized tests, but is instead preparing them to go out into the world as responsible citizens of their communities. Next to educating our children, your next responsibility is to the adult staff who work in our schools. Your job is to make sure CCSD both recruits and retains highly qualified people. The district has not been doing a great job retaining licensed educators for a few years now. I want to give you some statistics that keep me awake at night. 55% of classroom educators are either considering leaving the profession or want to retire earlier than planned. A survey said 85% of teachers define their job as unsustainable. 75% of educators state that their jobs contribute to them experiencing more stress-related health issues. This board, more than any others in recent years, has an opportunity to get the district ship going in the right direction. You could hire a new superintendent who brings us all together, someone who leads with kindness but also has high expectations for every employee. You could undo some of the damage done by prior leaders and help us make our schools some of the best in the country. So we need you to lead by example, put agendas and politics aside, model meaningful discussions followed by concrete action. Go visit your schools, see what's happening for yourselves. We are all counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Binder?
Okay, Anna Binder for the record, Madam President, members of the board, interim superintendent Larson Mitchell. Boom, okay, right now, because Alsbury, this isn't like this board's problem, but Alsbury just completely vindicated former trustee Danielle Ford. For years, the prior board sat here and called her a mother liar to her face so disrespectfully. And I swear, I hope she's listening, because when you're being called crazy and you have to file ethics complaints, and then the district goes and hires the attorney general that was overseeing that ethics violation to create a further conflict, and then the issue goes away, but she's still labeled as the drama queen and the one creating division and being called a liar, Y'all see how that played out now too. And then Alsbury literally just told you all that Danielle was right. So for everyone listening, love you, Danielle. That was not part of my actual public comment tonight, but it just happened. I actually wanted to say, because I was at the state board meeting yesterday and I was discussing my youngest son's MAP growth this year. And it is coming from a long-term sub. And he was the highest growth in his class for fall and winter. And we have not seen that type of growth since he had his J1 teacher, as some know. So also my other son, he's a sophomore at Foothill, who, as most of you know, they achieved the highest MAP growth out of the entire district. And he just handed me his paperwork as I was pulling out of the driveway, and he hit the 82nd percentile. That kid has never hit the 82nd percentile. So whatever they're doing over there, it is fantastic. And he's also nailing that 4.0. And I'm waiting on the middle schooler, but he's a 6th grader and he's a boy. So we know what that means. Anyway, so that's really, really fun. And what do I got? Okay, 1 minute. There was something else. Oh, you guys do have these things called work sessions. And so typically when you really want to do work like this, you schedule it for a work session. So you guys have like time during the day before bedtime to like really have thorough thought process and these discussions when you're not starving and ending your day. And then also because you guys didn't plan this agenda, I don't know who did, I'm assuming prior leadership, this is not a fault of this board, but in that work session, it would have looked like public comment, discussion of Council of Great City Schools contract, Alsbury, NSBA, sorry, I hated acronyms. And then you guys could have actually had all of those wonderful conversations, like probably in a 4-hour period, like from like 9 to 1 or something, you know, like something super convenient. So anyways, I look forward to those work sessions because that is where you guys normally actually do the work.
Thank you. Ms. Lomas? And then are there any other cards?
Good evening. I just came here today really as a cry for help. I hope you've all seen my email that I sent out to you. On December 3rd, my son was suspended from Lomiji Hurd Elementary. He was suspended for getting into a fight. He actually got jumped and slammed on his head. The school did not offer him any medical attention. He was also advised by school staff that he should not have ran from the scene because that made him look guilty. I did talk to the principal, assistant principal. I talked to Mikey also, and I didn't get anywhere with them, so I decided to call the admin center. I talked to a lady there, and she told me that the general counsel should be able to help. So I called my lawyer. I got in my car, and I drove down to the admin center, and I was demeaned as soon as I walked through the door because I didn't want to talk to security. Joe Russo here. He did end up calling the police on me, and I did get arrested for trespassing because he told me that the admin center was a private property and I wasn't allowed to be there. So this is just actually a cry for help. I did request a FOIA request on December 5th. About 10 days after that, I did follow up to see if there was any response on that FOIA request. I was advised that the FOIA request was never submitted, even though I sat down with the member of the office and we wrote down everything that I needed. So that is actually a violation of federal law, which I just went to the general counsel's office to kind of work with them, you know, instead of suing you guys. So instead of getting to speak with someone from general counsel's office, a member of that office actually assaulted me before I went to jail. So it's been a great experience thus far. I hope you all can take a second to look at your email. I'm not sure if Joe has been stopping those emails from coming from you, but I've only been getting a response from him. Again, this is at Lomiji Hurd Elementary, so I believe it would be Zamora. So if you can contact me, all of my information is in that email. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Gomez? And then our last person is Brandon Summers, if they're still in the audience.
You started my time and I didn't even talk yet.
David Gomez, Nevada Peace Alliance president. Peace stands for parent empowerment and community empowerment. That's what peace stands for, not peace. Not I came to bring peace, but I came to bring a sword. You know, iron sharpens iron, but I can see some people don't have critical thinking skills no more. I really can see that. I don't like to hear parents say things like that. I came up here for a whole different reason, and I'm going to still do that. But I'm really pissed off that I heard that. And you don't want me getting involved because I know how to get the media involved and I know how to get a lot of people involved. You don't arrest parents. You don't do that. You ask them to leave. If they don't, you talk to them. You find out where your critical thinking skills are and your reasoning skills. I came up with Mike Burton, social emotional learning, almost 10, 15 years ago. Then we started talking about customer service policy. Then I gave 2 policies that they can chop up for anti-racial to Brandon Mullen, who gave it to Dr. Scavelli, and they took it apart and put it together. That was David Gomez. Okay, I don't like parents getting arrested. You want to piss me off? You can do that real easy. I don't play these games. Parents are your shareholders. They're the reason why people get paid. They're the reason why people are here. They are your shareholders. They are the ones who make the decisions, not anyone else. You are to listen to them and understand their problems. Black people are very passionate. And sometimes they say things that make you feel like you're threatened. But that's not what they're really saying because it involves their child. So obviously, somebody needs to be corrected. And I'll get down to it later on. But I actually came up here to say that ever since we've had this new Director of Transportation, Amber Rideout, she has done everything in her power to make sure that all needs are met. She has a big job. Transportation is a big monster. You have many moving parts in there. And she's done everything. Every request that I've ever made to her for bus drivers, aides, and everyone else, she has fulfilled them. Anytime I tell her there's a problem with a parent, she says, don't worry, I'm going to get somebody to handle it. I'm going to get someone to take care of it. So she's doing an excellent job. And I want you to remember that when you put someone like that in power and in a position of power, and they show you that they're doing a really good job, those are the people you hold on to. Those are the people you embrace. Those are the people that you pat on the back and say, good job. And I'm here to acknowledge that person. But besides that, I'm letting you know now, I'm still David Gomez. I have neuropathy, type 2 diabetes, I have hypertension, I have a whole bunch of other conditions, but I'm still going to stand here until God says I will not no more, because I praise him only. And I answer to no one but him. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Summers. No, there was a Brandon Summers. Okay.
All right, good evening. Greetings, Madam President, trustees, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. My name is Brandon Summers, and I'm a substitute teacher. I've subbed for the district for 6 years, both as a day-to-day sub and a long-term sub. I first want to say Happy New Year and congratulations to the new trustees. You all ran tireless campaigns, earning the support of the public, and you won your races. And now you sit behind the dais. I'm excited to see what this board will do with fresh ideas and fresh faces. Trustee Henry, I would have congratulated you on Monday, but I had to leave early. I'm so proud of you and so elated to see someone from my community, a grassroots advocate representing District C. As I've spoken at school board meetings over the years, I always advocate for substitute teachers, especially long-term and vacancy subs, who are holding these high vacancy schools together. Substitute pay structure needs to be addressed in a comprehensive way that both raises the base pay for all subs, offers incentives, and offers a pathway to health insurance to subs who do the full-time work of licensed teachers. We are still in a crisis. We are still in a crisis. We have a teacher shortage that has only worsened over the years since COVID. When the district office raised the pay for substitute teachers in 2020, it was long overdue, and it was the right thing to do. But many years have passed now, and the pay has stagnated. We now live in a time of hyperinflation, with goods, food, and housing putting many households in financial peril. It is once again time for substitute pay to keep up with this new economic reality. The time for action is once again long overdue. As you make decisions this year to improve the lives of our students and employees, please don't forget about subs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. With that, we're going to go ahead and go to item 6.01, upcoming meetings of the Board of Trustees. That'll be Thursday, January 23rd at 5 p.m. in this boardroom. At this time, before I accept a motion for adjournment, I just want to say I appreciated the robust discussion. I appreciated everyone having a turn to speak and felt heard. I appreciate just the fact that we set a great foundation for this team moving forward. So with that, I will entertain a motion to go ahead and adjourn the meeting. I have a trustee Biasotti.
Second the motion.
You have to actually make the first one.
I make the motion to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you. Trustee Satori.
I second the motion.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Go ahead and cast your vote. Oh. She went to the bathroom. Legal counsel, I have one member that. I know I have a quorum, but I'm just, we would need to direct IT for us to move to the second screen where I could actually count the vote. You do? Okay, well, what I see is trustee. There you go. Okay, now I can go. Okay, that passes 7-0, and the time is 8:34. Thank you.